I'd done the Verde River run dozens of times before. It was practically my second home. That particular stretch between Camp Verde and Childs is about 60 miles of pure wilderness. Beautiful canyon country, but remote as hell. No cell service, hardly any signs of civilization. Just you and the river. A week before my trip, Jake, another guide I'd known for years, came back from a 3-day run looking shaken. He told me they'd heard weird screaming at night, like nothing he'd ever heard before. Said it sounded almost human, but too powerful, too wild. He also mentioned finding massive tracks near their campsite and their gear scattered everywhere one morning. I brushed it off. After all, we deal with bears and mountain lions all the time. I figured he was just spooked by normal wildlife. I packed light for what was supposed to be a 4-day solo trip. My 16-foot Kevlar canoe, basic camping gear, water filter, some freeze-dried meals, my trusty headlamp, and a satellite phone for emergencies. October weather in Arizona is perfect for river running. Warm days, cool nights, and the water levels are usually just right. The first day went smoothly. Put in around 8 a.m., made good progress through some Class 2 rapids. The canyon walls were stunning as always, towering red rock faces stretching up hundreds of feet. I noticed it was unusually quiet on the river. No birds, hardly any insects buzzing. But I didn't think much of it at the time. I set up camp on a sandy beach around 4:30 p.m., wanting plenty of time to get situated before dark. There was a nice flat area about 30 feet from the water's edge, backed by a steep canyon wall. Perfect spot, or so I thought. I got my tent set up, gathered some firewood, and heated up dinner while watching the sunset paint the canyon walls. That's when things started getting weird. As darkness fell, I began hearing wood knocks echoing through the canyon. At first, I assumed it was just branches falling or rocks shifting, normal canyon sounds, but these were different. They had a rhythm to them, almost like someone was deliberately striking trees. 3 quick knocks, pause, then 2 more, over and over. Around 9 p.m. I was getting ready to turn in when the first rock hit the sand about 10 feet from my tent. Not rolled down the canyon wall, this thing came arcing through the air from the opposite bank. It was about the size of a softball. I grabbed my headlamp and scanned the other side of the river, but it was too dark to see anything in the thick brush. Then another rock splashed into the river, closer this time, and another crashed through the branches above my camp. Whatever was throwing them had to be incredibly strong. The river was at least 60 feet wide at that point, and these rocks were coming in with serious force. I started breaking camp as quickly and quietly as possible. The whole time, rocks kept coming, getting closer and closer. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely roll up my sleeping bag. That's when I heard it. A scream that turned my blood to ice. It started low, almost like a growl, then rose to this horrifying howl that echoed off the canyon walls. It sounded vaguely human, but wrong. Too powerful, too primal, and it was coming from just upriver. I abandoned most of my gear, grabbing only my satellite phone and headlamp before jumping into my canoe. As I pushed off from shore, my headlamp beam caught movement on the bank, something massive moving through the brush. It was dark, but I could make out a huge, bulky silhouette that had to be at least 8 feet tall. The way it moved, it was definitely on 2 legs, but it moved with this fluid grace that seemed impossible for something that size. I paddled like hell downstream, not caring about rocks or rapids. The moon was nearly full, giving just enough light to avoid the worst obstacles. I could hear it keeping pace with me on the bank, crashing through the brush. The screams continued, now seeming to come from both sides of the canyon. Either there was more than one, or the echoes were playing tricks on me. Then I heard splashing behind me. I risked a glance back, and I still have nightmares about what I saw. This massive dark shape was swimming after my canoe, not thrashing or struggling, but swimming with powerful, deliberate strokes. The moonlight reflected off wet, matted fur. Whatever this thing was, it was gaining on me. I've never paddled so hard in my life. My arms were burning, but pure terror kept me going. The thing in the water was maybe 30 feet behind me when I hit a series of rapids. Class 3 at least, dangerous as hell to run at night. But I had no choice. I somehow managed to stay upright through the first 2 drops. The third drop is where everything went sideways, literally. My canoe hit a partially submerged log and flipped. The water was freezing, the current powerful. I managed to grab onto my canoe with one hand, still clutching my headlamp with the other. The light beam was bouncing wildly, catching glimpses of something large moving through the water behind me. I kicked hard toward the right bank, dragging my canoe with me. My feet found bottom in about 4 feet of water. I scrambled up onto a rocky beach, pulling my canoe partially out of the water. My headlamp revealed massive footprints in the wet sand, at least 16 inches long with 5 distinct toes. They were fresh, water still seeping into them. Another scream rang out, closer this time, and I abandoned my canoe. I climbed up the rocky bank as fast as I could, pushing through thick brush until I found a game trail. I ran without stopping for what felt like hours, guided only by my headlamp's beam and blind panic. I eventually stumbled onto an old Forest Service road around dawn. A ranger found me a few hours later during his morning patrol. I was dehydrated, covered in cuts and bruises, and probably in shock. I told him I'd flipped my canoe and gotten lost, leaving out the rest. Who would believe me? They recovered my canoe 2 days later, about a mile downstream from where I'd left it. The Kevlar hull was crushed and torn in multiple places, like something had grabbed it and just squeezed. My camping gear was never found. I quit guiding that week, moved to Colorado, took a job as an accountant. I haven't been back on a river since. My hands still shake when I hear certain sounds, wood knocking, or anything that sounds remotely like those screams. Last summer, my friend Mike borrowed my backup canoe to run that same stretch of the Verde. He's an experienced paddler, but he came back early. Found his canoe the next morning destroyed in almost the exact same way as mine had been. There were those same massive footprints around his campsite. I still wake up some nights in a cold sweat, hearing those screams echo in my head. I've tried to convince myself it was just a bear or mountain lion or my mind playing tricks on me, but I know what I saw. That thing in the water. It wasn't any animal I've ever seen. The way it moved, the intelligence in its actions, the coordinated rock throwing. It knew exactly what it was doing. The Verde River Canyon is a wild place, and maybe it should stay that way. Some things out there don't want to be found, and after what I experienced, I don't blame them. I've never told this story publicly before, and I probably never will again. But I know what I saw that night, and I know I'm not the only one who's encountered something unexplainable in those canyons. I still have the satellite phone photos of those footprints and the damaged canoe. I've thought about sharing them, but honestly, I just want to forget that night ever happened. Some nights, though, when I can't sleep, I find myself looking at those photos, trying to make sense of what happened. The rational part of my brain tries to explain it away, but deep down, I know what I encountered wasn't human. The worst part isn't the nightmares or the PTSD, it's the certainty. The absolute certainty that these things are out there, and they're far more intelligent and powerful than we want to believe. I was lucky to survive that night. Others might not be so fortunate. Story 2. I never thought I'd be sharing this story, but what happened to me at Cape Disappointment still haunts me 2 years later. I'm a wildlife photographer, or I was before that day changed everything. My name is Susan Morgan, and I've spent the last decade capturing images of the Pacific Northwest's most breathtaking natural phenomena. The king tides at Cape Disappointment were next on my list. Looking back, I wish I'd never made that trip. It was January 12th, 2022. I'd been planning this shoot for months, tracking the tide tables and weather patterns. The king tides were predicted to be exceptional that week, and I wanted to capture them in all their raw power. I packed my gear, my trusted Canon EOS R5, several lenses, and a sturdy tripod. Jake, my German shepherd who'd been my faithful companion on countless photography adventures, was coming along as always. We left Portland early that morning around 4 a.m., wanting to catch the pre-dawn light. Jake was excited as usual, tail wagging as he hopped into the passenger seat of my Subaru Outback. The drive was peaceful, just the two of us on empty highways as a light drizzle tapped against the windshield. We arrived at Cape Disappointment State Park just as the sky was beginning to lighten. The weather was typical for the Washington coast in January, overcast, misty, with a raw dampness that seemed to seep into your bones. The temperature was around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and a steady breeze carried the tang of salt and seaweed. I parked near the trail that leads to Dead Man's Cove, knowing it would offer the best vantage point for the incoming tide. Jake and I had done this countless times before, hiking to remote locations before dawn, setting up equipment, waiting for the perfect shot. He was trained to stay close, never wandering far from where I set up my gear. The trail was wet and slick from recent rain, but nothing we couldn't handle. I carried my backpack with camera gear, a small cooler with snacks and water, and my tripod. Jake trotted ahead, occasionally stopping to sniff something interesting. We reached Dead Man's Cove around 6:30 a.m. The tide was coming in, and the waves were already impressive, crashing against the rocky shoreline with thunderous force. The location was perfect. A small clearing about 30 feet above the cove, offering an unobstructed view of the waves and the lighthouse in the distance. I set up my tripod and started taking test shots, adjusting my settings for the low light conditions. That's when I first noticed something was off. Jake, usually relaxed and curious, became tense. His ears were forward, and he kept staring at something across the cove. I initially dismissed it. There are plenty of deer and elk in the area, and Jake always alerts to wildlife. But this was different. He wasn't excited like he usually gets with deer. He was rigid, and the fur along his spine was starting to rise. The smell hit me next. Even over the ocean spray and wet earth, there was something else, something rancid, like rotting meat mixed with wet fur. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I've encountered plenty of wildlife over the years, but I'd never smelled anything like this. I scanned the area where Jake was staring. The opposite side of the cove was heavily wooded, with a mix of Sitka spruce and western red cedar creating deep shadows even in the growing daylight. The strange thing was the silence. Usually, you'd hear gulls, small birds, the rustle of small animals, but there was nothing except the crash of waves and the wind. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a shadow between two trees, maybe 100 yards across the cove, but shadows don't move independently. This one did. It was massive. I'm good with distances and estimating size through my photography work, and whatever it was had to be at least 8 feet tall. The movement wasn't like a bear or any other animal I've encountered. It was eerily fluid, almost human-like, but too big to be human. I froze. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. Jake started growling, not his usual alert bark, but a deep, threatening growl I'd never heard from him before. The figure shifted, and I could see it more clearly now. It was covered in dark, matted fur, with incredibly long arms that hung well below its knees. The head sat directly on broad shoulders, no neck that I could discern. What happened next is still vivid in my nightmares. The creature turned its head toward us, and even at that distance, I could feel its eyes on me. They reflected the growing daylight like a predator's. In one fluid motion, it reached down and grabbed something. I later realized it was a massive branch, probably 5 or 6 feet long. Before I could process what was happening, it hurled it across the cove. The branch whistled through the air like a javelin. I don't know how, but I managed to dive to the side, grabbing Jake's collar and pulling him with me. The branch crashed into my tripod, sending my camera equipment crashing to the ground. The impact was so powerful that the branch splintered and my tripod was bent beyond repair. Jake was barking frantically now, pulling against his collar, trying to get away from the cove. I scrambled to grab my backpack and the camera body, leaving the tripod and one of my lenses behind. As I was grabbing my gear, I heard it, a sound I can't adequately describe, like a roar but deeper, more guttural than any animal I've ever heard. It reverberated through my chest and I could feel it in my bones. I ran. I've never run so fast in my life. Jake was ahead of me, pulling me along the trail. I could hear crashing sounds from across the cove, like something large moving through the brush. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until we reached the parking lot, my lungs burning and legs shaking. Once in my car, I locked the doors and started the engine with trembling hands. Jake was in the back seat, whining and shaking. As I was about to pull out, I glanced at my camera's display. In my panic, I'd accidentally taken several photos while grabbing my gear. Most were blurry or of the ground, but one shows something on the rocky outcropping across the cove. It's not clear, just a dark figure against the trees, could be dismissed as a shadow or trick of light. But I know what I saw. The aftermath has been harder than the encounter itself. Jake, who used to love our outdoor adventures, now refuses to go near forests or large bodies of water. He panics at certain sounds, breaking branches, deep rumbling noises. As for me, I haven't done any nature photography since that day. I sold most of my gear. I can't bring myself to go back to remote locations, especially alone. A few weeks after the incident, I started researching the area's history. I found reports dating back decades of strange sightings around Cape Disappointment. The most unsettling were accounts from lighthouse keepers and local fishermen of seeing a large humanoid figure climbing the lighthouse tower at night, scaling the vertical walls in a way that should be impossible for any known animal. I've debated sharing this story many times. I know how it sounds. If I hadn't experienced it myself, if I didn't have the photo, inconclusive as it is, if Jake hadn't changed so dramatically, I might not believe it either. But what we encountered that morning was real, and it was not human. The thing that haunts me most isn't the creature itself, though that features prominently in my nightmares. It's the intelligence I saw in those eyes. This wasn't just some animal acting on instinct. It knew exactly what it was doing when it threw that branch. It was sending a message. This was its territory, and we were not welcome. I still live in the Pacific Northwest, but I've changed my whole lifestyle. No more pre-dawn photo shoots, no more remote locations. I stick to populated areas and daylight hours. Jake stays close to home now, content with our fenced backyard and neighborhood walks. Sometimes when the weather is particularly gloomy or I hear certain sounds, I'm right back there at Dead Man's Cove, feeling those eyes on me. I know there are other reports of similar encounters in the area, but I can't bring myself to dig too deeply into them. Some things once seen can't be unseen. Some experiences change you fundamentally. I used to seek out wild, remote places trying to capture their beauty. Now I understand why some places remain wild, why some corners of the world resist human intrusion. Sometimes, the legends we dismiss as impossible are warnings we should have heeded. That day at Cape Disappointment taught me that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that shouldn't be disturbed. My camera sits in a closet now, and that one photo remains on its memory card, unshared. Some mysteries I've learned are better left unexplored. Story 3. April 15th started like any other field research day. I left my rental cabin near Olympia around 6 a.m., heading to a relatively unexplored wetland area I'd identified as potentially useful for my research. The weather was typical for Western Washington, overcast, misty, and about 48 degrees Fahrenheit. I remember checking the temperature because I needed to factor it into my soil sample's moisture content calculations. I'd been working alone in remote areas for nearly 2 years at that point, so I had my routine down pat. My backpack contained my usual gear: GPS unit, sample collection tools, specimen bags, field notebook, emergency satellite phone, department requirement, and enough water and protein bars to last the day. I also carried bear spray, though I'd never needed it. The site was about 3 miles from the nearest proper road, accessible only by a barely there trail that locals occasionally used for hunting. I'd chosen this location because satellite imagery showed promising geological features, and the landowner had given me permission to collect samples. The area was a mix of old-growth forest and boggy wetland, with patches of thick ferns and moss-covered logs everywhere. Everything was normal until about 2 p.m. I'd been taking soil cores and cataloguing vegetation patterns all morning, working my way deeper into the wetland area. The air was heavy with that characteristic Pacific Northwest smell, decomposing vegetation and damp earth. But then, something changed. At first, I couldn't put my finger on what was different. But then it hit me. The birds had gone completely silent. I've spent enough time in the field to know that sudden wildlife silence usually means a predator is nearby. I figured it was probably a bear or cougar, so I pulled out my bear spray and started scanning the area. That's when I noticed the smell. Everyone talks about the smell when they have these encounters, but nothing could have prepared me for it. It was like a mix of rotting meat and wet dog, but much more intense, the kind of smell that makes your stomach turn. About 50 yards ahead, through a particularly dense patch of ferns, I noticed something that didn't fit. The ferns were disturbed in an unusual pattern, and there was something dark beneath them. My scientific curiosity temporarily overcame my growing sense of unease. and I moved closer to investigate, thinking it might be a fallen tree, or maybe even a bear carcass. I was about 20 feet away when I realized what I was looking at, and my blood ran cold. Partially covered by ferns and mud was what appeared to be a body. Not a human body. This thing was massive. From what I could see, it was at least 8 feet long, covered in dark matted fur, and had proportions that didn't match any known wildlife in the area. The fur wasn't like a bear's. It was longer, more like a cross between human hair and gorilla fur, with a reddish-brown tinge. I didn't get closer. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, but I forced myself to take a few photos with my phone and mark the GPS coordinates. My hands were shaking so badly I had to try 3 times to input the waypoint. The whole time, I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. You know that sensation of eyes on you? This was that, but amplified to an almost painful degree. What happened next will haunt me forever. As I was checking the GPS coordinates one last time, I heard something move in the vegetation about 30 yards to my left. It wasn't the sound of a deer or elk moving through brush. This was heavy, deliberate movement. Then I heard it again, this time to my right. Whatever was moving was big enough to make small trees sway. I didn't stick around to see what was making those sounds. I ran. I'm not proud of it, but I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I didn't stop until I reached my car, nearly twisting my ankle twice on the uneven ground. The whole time, I could hear movement in the forest around me, keeping pace but never quite catching up. It was like they were escorting me out of their territory. Here's where it gets even stranger. The next morning, after barely sleeping and seriously questioning my sanity, I convinced myself I needed to go back. As a scientist, I needed evidence, documentation. I needed to prove to myself that what I'd seen was real. I called a colleague to come with me. No way I was going alone, but they couldn't make it until the following day. I knew waiting wasn't an option. I had to go back while the coordinates were still fresh and before any potential evidence disappeared. I arrived at the site around 9 a.m. The weather was clearer than the previous day, which somehow made everything more surreal. I followed my GPS to the exact coordinates I'd marked. The body was gone, completely gone. But what I found instead was perhaps more terrifying than the body itself. The ground told a story I'll never forget. There were massive footprints, easily 16 inches long, pressed deep into the mud. Not just 1 or 2, there were multiple sets, suggesting at least 3 different individuals. The prints led from where the body had been toward the water, about 100 yards away. The ferns were crushed in a clear path, and there were broken branches on several trees at a height of about 8 feet, consistent with something large being carried through. At the water's edge, the mud was thoroughly disturbed, as if something heavy had been dragged into the sound. There were more of those massive footprints, some of them partially filled with water, suggesting they'd been made recently. I took photos of everything, but they don't do justice to the scale of what I was seeing. That's when I heard the knocking. 3 distinct wooden knocks, like someone hitting a tree with a baseball bat, coming from the forest behind me. Then another set of knocks answered from a different direction. I didn't wait to hear more. I left immediately and never went back to that site. I withdrew from my PhD program the following week. My professors and colleagues thought I was having a mental breakdown. Maybe I was. I took a job with an environmental consulting firm in Eastern Washington, doing desk work and data analysis. Some people probably think I wasted my academic career, but I don't regret my decision. Here's the thing. I never actually saw a Bigfoot that day. But what I experienced, the body, the footprints, the coordinated movement, the knocks, showed me that there are things in our forests that we can't explain. I'm not saying I know what they are, but I know what they're not. They're not bears, they're not known primates, and they're not products of an overactive imagination. The incident changed how I view scientific certainty. We're taught to trust data, measurements, and observable phenomena. But what do you do when you encounter something that challenges everything you've been taught to believe? Something that shouldn't exist but clearly does. I still do research, but now it's from behind a computer screen. Some might call it cowardice, but spend enough time in the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest, and you'll understand. There are some mysteries that maybe we're not meant to fully uncover. Sometimes, not seeing is believing. The strangest part? In the months since this happened, I've discovered that several other researchers in the area have quietly changed their field sites or switched to different projects entirely. Nobody talks about why. But sometimes when I meet other field researchers who've worked in that region, we share a knowing look. They don't have to say anything. I know they've experienced something too. I still have the photos of the footprints on my phone. Sometimes I look at them just to remind myself that it really happened. But I've never shared them publicly, and I probably never will. Some things are better left undocumented. Story 4. I've been a rural mail carrier in Vermont for almost 12 years, and I know every back road and dirt path on my route like the back of my hand. Nothing unusual ever happened until last October. It started with footprints. I know it sounds cliché, but that's honestly how it began. I was doing my usual deliveries on Route 9, near the more isolated parts heading towards Woodford, when I noticed these massive impressions in the mud near one of the mailboxes. At first I thought maybe someone was playing a prank, making fake Bigfoot prints or something. But these were different. They were about 16 inches long, and the stride length was huge, easily over 4 feet. What really got me was how deep they were. Whatever made them had to be incredibly heavy. I probably wouldn't have thought much about it, except I started seeing similar tracks every few days, always along my route. They'd show up in different spots, sometimes near the more remote mailboxes, other times along the dirt roads I had to take. The weird thing was, they always seemed to follow my delivery path, like whatever was making them was tracking my movements. The sound started in the second week. When you've been driving these roads as long as I have, you get used to the normal forest sounds. But these were different. It would usually happen when I was at one of the more isolated stops, where the houses are set way back from the road and there's nothing but dense forest around. There would be this sudden silence, like everything just stopped at once. Then I'd hear this deep, throaty sound, almost like a cow's moo, but much deeper and longer. Sometimes there would be wood-knocking sounds, like someone hitting a tree with a baseball bat, but much louder. I started documenting everything on my phone, taking pictures of the prints, recording the sounds when I could. I even measured some of the prints using my USPS scanner for scale in the photos. I've gotten pretty good at estimating distances and sizes, comes with the job, and these prints were way outside anything normal. Then came the incident with my van. I always park in the same spot at the post office every morning, and one day in late October, I came out to find these massive handprints in the dust on the driver's side of my vehicle. We'd had a light dusting of snow the night before, and you could see where something had brushed against the van. The handprints were huge. My entire hand barely covered half of one of them. They were about 7 feet up on the van, which meant whatever left them had to be tall. That's when I decided to install a dash cam. Nothing fancy, just a basic one that records front and back. I figured if something was following me, I wanted proof. For a few days, nothing showed up on the footage except for the usual deer and occasional bear. Then, about 3 days after installing the camera, I was making a delivery at one of the last houses on my route, near the edge of the Green Mountain National Forest. It was getting dark early, around 4:30 p.m., Vermont winters, and the camera caught something. In the footage you can see this dark figure standing between 2 trees, maybe 50 yards back from the road. It's hard to make out details because of the low light, but it was massive, had to be at least 8 feet tall. The weird thing is, it wasn't moving like a person would. It was just standing there, slightly swaying, watching. When I got back in the van and started driving away, you can see in the rear camera footage how it steps out slightly from the trees, then quickly moves back in. That's when the disappearing mail started. At first, it was just a package here and there. I'd mark something as delivered, but the customer would call saying they never got it. This isn't completely unusual. Sometimes packages get stolen. But this was different. The missing deliveries were all from the same general area, always from the more isolated stops. And here's the really weird part. I started finding torn-up packages in the woods, always about 100 yards off the road. The contents would be scattered around, like something had been curiously picking through them. I reported everything to my supervisor, but what could they do? File a report about Bigfoot stealing mail? They did agree to let me modify my route slightly, changing the order of my deliveries, so I wouldn't be in the most isolated areas when it was getting dark. That's when I found out about the other carriers. During a regional post office meeting, I overheard two carriers from neighboring routes talking about similar experiences. One guy from the Woodford area described finding massive footprints near his delivery spots. Another carrier mentioned how packages would go missing on her route, only to be found torn up in the woods days later. The turning point came in early November. I was making a delivery at one of the last houses on my route, about half a mile from the nearest neighbor. It was unseasonably warm that day, and there was this thick fog hanging low over the ground. As I was putting mail in the box, I heard that familiar silence fall over the woods. Then came the smell, like wet dog mixed with rotting leaves, but much stronger than any bear I've ever encountered. I barely had time to get back in my van when I heard heavy footsteps coming through the woods. Through my side mirror, I could see something massive moving in the fog. The dash cam caught it too, this huge dark shape moving parallel to the van, staying just inside the tree line. I could make out long arms, way too long to be human, and the way it moved was just wrong. It was fluid but powerful, like it could cover ground faster than any person could run. I got out of there as fast as I could, and that was the last direct encounter I had. The footprints stopped appearing after that, and the mail stopped disappearing. It was like whatever it was just moved on, maybe deeper into the forest or to a different area entirely. I've gone over this countless times in my head, trying to rationalize what happened. I've seen bears, moose, and every other kind of wildlife Vermont has to offer, but this was different. The intelligence behind it, the way it seemed to learn my route and patterns, the deliberate way it would stay just out of clear sight. It wasn't acting like any animal I know. I still drive the same route, but I've made some changes. I don't stop for longer than I have to at the isolated boxes. I installed better lights on my van, and I keep the dashcam running all the time now. The other carriers in the area have done the same. We don't talk about it much, but we all know something's out there. The weirdest part. Last week I found a stack of torn-up packages nearly 200 yards into the woods, arranged in an almost neat pile, like whatever had taken them was returning them. Some of them were the same packages that had gone missing months ago. I logged the GPS coordinates and took photos, but I didn't stick around to investigate further. I know how this all sounds. If someone had told me this story a year ago, I probably wouldn't have believed them. But when you spend enough time on these back roads, you start to realize there are things in these woods that we can't explain. I'm not saying I know what it was, but I know what I saw, what my cameras recorded, and what my fellow carriers experienced. Something was out there, watching and following us, and for whatever reason, it seemed particularly interested in what we were delivering. I've thought about quitting my route, but this is my job, my career. Instead, I've learned to be more cautious, more aware. The woods feel different now, not exactly threatening, but like there's always something watching, waiting. Maybe that's just paranoia, but after what I experienced, I don't think so. The trail cameras I set up around some of the hot spots haven't caught anything definitive yet, just shadows and broken branches. But every now and then, especially on foggy mornings or when snow is falling, I'll catch a glimpse of something moving through the trees, something too big to be a bear, too deliberate to be a moose. And sometimes, when I'm at those isolated stops, I still hear that deep, resonant sound echoing through the trees, and all the normal forest noises just stop. Story 5. I was conducting a seismic survey near Mount Baker, about 15 miles from the nearest town. The research site was in a remote area, accessible only by a logging road that hadn't been maintained in years. I'd been there for nearly 2 weeks, collecting data on subsurface fault movements. Everything was completely routine until October 23rd. That morning started like any other. I was checking my seismometers and collecting the overnight data when I noticed something odd. The readings from around 3 a.m. showed rhythmic vibrations that didn't match any typical geological patterns I'd seen before. They weren't earthquakes or rockfalls. The signature was all wrong. The vibrations had a regular pattern, almost like footsteps, but much heavier than any animal I knew of. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was equipment malfunction or interference from something else. But all 3 seismometers had picked up the same pattern, and they were spread across half a mile. I marked it in my notes and continued my work, though I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. Around midday, I hiked to my furthest monitoring station, about a mile from my base camp. That's when I saw the first structure. At first I thought it was just fallen branches, but as I got closer, I realized the branches were arranged in a perfect pentagon, each piece about 6 feet long. I'm talking geometric precision here. The angles were almost exactly 72 degrees. I've seen plenty of natural formations and debris falls, but this was different. This was constructed. I took out my phone to photograph it, but the image came out weirdly blurred, even though my hand was steady. I tried again with my professional camera. Same result. The photos looked fine on the preview screen, but when I checked them later, they were all distorted and fuzzy, like there was some kind of interference. The really unsettling part, I knew for certain those branches hadn't been there the day before. I'd walked this exact route every day for 2 weeks, documenting everything for my research. This was new. As I continued my rounds, I found 2 more similar structures, each about a quarter-mile apart. Same perfect geometric pattern, same size branches. By this point, my scientific mind was racing. These formations couldn't be natural, but who would come all the way out here to arrange branches? And why were all my photos coming out blurred? The sun was setting by the time I got back to my camp. That's when I started hearing it. Wood-knocking sounds from the forest. 2 distinct patterns. Knock, knock, knock from one direction, followed by knock, knock from another. They were clearly responding to each other. I've heard woodpeckers plenty of times. This was different. The sounds were deeper, more deliberate, and way too powerful to be made by a bird. I turned on all my floodlights and started recording with my phone. The knocking continued for about an hour, seeming to move in a circle around my camp. The sounds were coming from at least 3 different directions, like whatever was making them was coordinating. Every recording I tried to make came out distorted, full of static and weird electronic interference. My equipment had never acted like this before. Around 9 p.m. the knocking stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. You know how the forest usually has some background noise, insects, wind in the trees, small animals. All of that just stopped. The silence was absolute. My instrument started picking up those same rhythmic vibrations again, stronger this time. I'd love to say I was thinking like a scientist at this point, but honestly, I was terrified. I retreated to my tent, keeping my satellite phone and bear spray close. The vibrations were getting stronger. I could feel them through the ground now. That's when I noticed the smell. If you've ever been around rotting vegetation and wet fur mixed together, it was like that, but much stronger. Around midnight, I heard heavy footsteps circling my tent. Not one set, multiple. The vibrations in my seismometer were off the charts. Whatever was out there was big, and there were several of them. I could hear deep, rumbling breathing and occasional low vocalizations unlike anything I'd ever heard. Not quite a growl, not quite human, something in between. I was frozen in place, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps came closer, and I could see shadows through the tent walls in the moonlight. Massive, upright shadows. I'm not exaggerating when I say they must have been at least 8 feet tall. One of them brushed against my tent, and I felt the whole structure shake. This continued for what felt like hours. They never tried to enter the tent, but they stayed close, moving around, making those weird vocalizations. I could hear them touching my equipment, moving things around my camp. Finally, around 4 a.m., the footsteps started moving away, and the forest sounds gradually returned. When dawn came, I waited a full hour before leaving my tent. My campsite was a mess. Equipment knocked over, supplies scattered. But nothing was broken or stolen. What I found next made my blood run cold. All around my tent were footprints, massive footprints about 45 centimeters long. They were deeply pressed into the soil, suggesting whatever made them was incredibly heavy. I tried to photograph them, but like everything else, the images came out blurry and distorted. The geometric branch structures were gone, completely vanished. But new ones had appeared closer to my camp, arranged in a perfect circle around my tent. The branches used to make them were massive, the kind that would take several strong men to move. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and hiked out that morning. I've analyzed the seismic data dozens of times since then. The vibrations don't match any known wildlife patterns. The regularity and force suggests something bipedal, weighing at least 500, 600 pounds, probably more. I submitted my research findings but left out everything about the footprints and the structures. Who would believe me? I'm a scientist. We're supposed to deal in facts, in things we can prove. But every piece of photographic evidence I tried to capture was corrupted somehow. All I have are the seismic readings and my field notes. I've been back to the Cascades since then, but never to that specific area. I can't explain what happened that night, but I know what I experienced. Those weren't bears or any other known animal. The intelligence shown in those geometric patterns, the coordinated movements, the bipedal tracks, it all suggests something else, something that doesn't want to be documented. The most disturbing part? When I checked my seismic equipment's data logs later, I found that similar vibration patterns had been showing up for days before I noticed them, always between 2 and 4 a.m. Whatever was out there had been watching me the entire time. Story 6. I've been working as a cell tower maintenance technician in northern Michigan for almost a decade now, but what happened during the winter of 2021 still keeps me up at night. I've never told this story publicly before, but I can't stop thinking about it, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I'm responsible for maintaining about 15 towers across Chippewa County, mostly in pretty remote areas. The tower where everything happened is about 30 miles northwest of Sault Ste. Marie, deep in the Ottawa National Forest. It's one of those spots that's a pain to get to, about 2 miles off the nearest service road, and in winter, you need a snowmobile to even reach it. It started in early December 2021. We began getting alerts about equipment malfunctions at Tower MI 447. Nothing major at first, just some unexplained power fluctuations and signal disruptions. Usually these issues are pretty straightforward: weather damage, equipment wearing out, or sometimes animal interference. But this was different. The first time I went out to check, the temperature was around 15 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 9 degrees Celsius, and there was about 2 feet of snow on the ground. I remember it clearly because the snow around the base of the tower looked weird. There were these massive depressions in it, too big to be from deer or bears, and spaced oddly, like something huge had been walking around. I took pictures for my report, but honestly, I didn't think much of it at first. Snow can play tricks on you. As I climbed the tower to check the equipment, I noticed these dark, coarse hairs caught in some of the bolt heads and cross braces. They were thick, almost like horsehair, but darker and coarser. What really got me were the scratch marks on the metal support struts, deep gouges in the steel about 7 to 8 feet up. These weren't normal wear and tear marks. Something had to have made them, but at that height. The weird stuff with the security cameras started about a week later. We have motion-activated cameras at various heights on the tower. They started malfunctioning between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., almost like clockwork. The footage we did get was disturbing. One clip showed what looked like a massive arm, covered in dark hair, reaching toward the camera before it cut out. I estimated the height based on the tower structure. Whatever it was had to be at least 8 feet tall to reach that camera. The locals started calling in about radio interference and cell service disruptions, always around 2 a.m. When I checked the tower's audio monitoring system, we have it for maintenance purposes to catch any unusual mechanical sounds, I found something that still makes my skin crawl. Mixed in with the usual wind and equipment noise were these vocalizations. Not animal sounds I've ever heard, and I've heard plenty of bears, wolves, and cougars in my time. These were deep, guttural whoops, followed by what sounded like words. Not English, not any language I know, but definitely structured sounds. One night in late January, I had to go out there for an emergency maintenance call. The tower was showing complete signal failure. I really didn't want to go, but it was my job. The temperature was well below zero, and the wind was brutal. As I approached on my snowmobile, my headlight caught something that made me stop dead in my tracks. There was this enormous figure moving around the base of the tower. It had to be at least 9 feet tall, massive shoulders, completely covered in dark hair. The way it moved, it was so fluid, so purposeful, not like any animal I've ever seen. When my light hit it, it turned and looked directly at me. I'll never forget those eyes. They reflected my headlight like a cat's eyes, but they were huge and set in this face that was simultaneously ape-like and disturbingly human. The creature made this sound like a deep rumble mixed with a whistle, and then it moved. I've never seen anything that big move so fast. It covered about 30 yards in what seemed like 2 steps, disappearing into the tree line. I sat there on my snowmobile for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I finally got the courage to approach the tower, I found fresh prints in the snow, huge, human-like footprints, about 18 inches long. The snow was packed down hard where it had been standing, and there was this overwhelming smell, like wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation, but much stronger and more pungent. The weirdest part, the equipment failures stopped completely after that night. It was like whatever it was just decided to move on. I took pictures of everything, the prints, the hair samples, the scratch marks. I even collected some of the hair and tried to have it analyzed, but the lab just said it was from an unidentified mammalian source. I've been working tower maintenance for years, and I've seen some strange things, but nothing like this. The scratch marks are still there on the tower. I check them every time I do maintenance. Sometimes, when I'm up there alone, I swear I can feel eyes watching me from the forest. I've thought about quitting, but this is my livelihood, and whatever it was hasn't come back. The company officially blamed the equipment failures on extreme weather conditions and electromagnetic interference. They replaced some of the cameras and installed new surge protectors, but I know what I saw. I've kept all the evidence, the photos, the hair samples, the audio recordings. Sometimes I listen to those recordings late at night, trying to make sense of those sounds. A few of the locals have told me stories since then, about strange figures seen in the forest, about unexplained noises in the night. Some hunters even reported finding bizarre structures deep in the woods, like lean-tos made from whole trees that had been snapped like twigs. But nobody's had an encounter quite like mine. I still maintain that tower, but I never go out there alone at night anymore. I've installed extra lights and cameras of my own, but they haven't caught anything unusual since that night. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, but then I look at the pictures on my phone, or touch the hair samples I kept in a sealed bag, and I know it was real. Whatever it was seemed intelligent. The way it manipulated the equipment, how it seemed to understand the cameras. It wasn't just some animal, but I can't explain what it was, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. All I know is that something impossibly large and unexplainable was out there in the Michigan wilderness, and for a few weeks in the winter of 2021, it took an interest in my cell tower. I'm sharing this now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. These towers are scattered all through remote areas, and I can't be the only one who's seen something like this. If you work in tower maintenance or live near one of these remote towers and have noticed anything strange, please reach out. I've kept quiet about this for too long, and I need to know I'm not crazy. Story 7. I've been a home care nurse in rural Oregon for about 7 years now, covering the more remote areas around Wallowa County. Most of my patients are elderly folks who either can't or won't leave their homes to get medical care. I usually work the night shift because that's when a lot of my patients need help with their medications or treatments. What I'm about to share happened last October, and I still get chills thinking about it. It started with little things at first. Mrs. Henderson, one of my regular patients who lives about 20 miles outside of Enterprise, kept telling me about seeing something looking in through her kitchen window at night. Initially, I didn't think much of it. At 83, she sometimes gets confused, and wildlife is common out here. But what struck me as odd was how specific she was about it. It wasn't a bear, she'd insist. Bears don't stand like that, and it was too tall. Then Mr. Patterson, another patient about 15 miles away, started mentioning similar things. He lives alone in this old farmhouse, and one night while I was checking his blood pressure, he suddenly got really quiet and serious. He told me he'd been seeing something massive moving around his property at night, said it was dark-colored and walked on 2 legs, but it wasn't a person. He'd lived in that house for 40 years and had never seen anything like it. I still tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was bears standing up, or maybe my elderly patients were just sharing stories with each other. But then I started noticing things myself. One night, while leaving Mrs. Henderson's place around 2 a.m., I saw these huge footprints in the mud near her driveway. The rain had stopped about an hour earlier, so these were fresh. They were easily 15 inches long and incredibly deep. Whatever made them had to be extremely heavy. I took pictures with my phone, but they came out dark and blurry. The footprints started showing up at other patients' homes too, always fresh, always massive, and always in pairs like something walking on two legs. I started documenting them, marking their locations on a map. They formed a rough pattern, following the route I took between patients. But what happened on October 23rd? That's what still keeps me up at night sometimes. I was driving between patients around 1:30 a.m., taking one of those back roads that wind through the forests. It was a clear night with a nearly full moon, so visibility was decent. I was about halfway between the Miller and Thompson properties when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. Something was keeping pace with my car in the tree line. At first, I thought it was just shadows from the trees, but then I clearly saw it. This massive dark figure moving through the forest parallel to the road. I was doing about 35 miles per hour on that winding road, and whatever it was keeping up. The trees are set back maybe 30 feet from the road, and I could see this thing weaving between them effortlessly. My hands started shaking on the steering wheel. The figure was huge. I'd estimate at least 8 feet tall. Its movement was smooth but powerful, eating up ground in these long strides. What really got to me was how quiet it was. Something that big should have been making tons of noise crashing through the forest, but all I could hear was my car's engine and my own panicked breathing. I stepped on the gas, pushing my old Honda Civic faster than I should have on those curves. The figure accelerated too, still keeping pace. At one point, it moved closer to the road's edge, and in the moonlight, I could see dark, matted fur covering its body. Its arms were incredibly long, swinging with its stride. The road straightened out for about a quarter mile, and that's when it happened. This thing burst out of the tree line onto the road about 50 feet ahead of me. I slammed on the brakes and my car skidded. In my headlights, I saw it clearly for a few seconds. The body was massive, covered in dark brown or black fur. The head sat directly on broad shoulders, no real neck, but its face. I only caught a glimpse, but the eyes reflected my headlights like a bear's would, only they were set in a face that was somehow both ape-like and disturbingly human. It crossed the road in 2 huge strides and disappeared into the forest on the other side. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes, my car idling, too terrified to move. My whole body was shaking, and I felt sick to my stomach. The forest had gone completely silent. No crickets, no nocturnal birds, nothing. The next day, I bought some dash cams, front and rear facing, and installed them in my car. I also got a couple of those trail cameras hunters use and started setting them up near my patients' homes, with their permission. For the next few weeks, I captured some strange things. The dash cam caught glimpses of movement in the trees, always just at the edge of visibility. The trail cameras kept getting triggered at night, but most of the images were just blurs of movement, except for one. One of the trail cams at Mrs. Henderson's captured something around 3 a.m. on November 4th. The image is grainy, but you can clearly see this massive figure standing at the edge of her garden. It's partially behind a tree, but you can make out the shoulder and arm. The proportions are all wrong for a bear. The arm is too long and the shoulder too high. What really disturbs me is that it appears to be looking directly at the camera. After that night, the sightings gradually decreased. By mid-November, my patients stopped reporting seeing things at their windows. The footprints became less frequent and eventually stopped altogether. The trail cameras stopped catching anything unusual. It was like whatever it was just moved on. I still work the same route, taking care of the same patients. I keep the dash cams running and occasionally check the trail cameras, but I haven't seen anything like that since. Sometimes when I'm driving those back roads at night, I catch myself scanning the tree line, half expecting to see that massive figure keeping pace with my car again. The rational part of my mind tries to explain it away. Maybe it was a bear, maybe I was tired and seeing things, but I know what I saw. Those proportions, that fluid movement, the way it could keep pace with a car, it wasn't natural. And sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the forest goes completely silent, I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, watching and waiting. I've never told this story publicly before. My colleagues would probably think I'm crazy, and I worry about how it might affect my job if people knew. But I know what I saw that night, and I know those footprints were real. I still have the dashcam footage saved on multiple hard drives and that one clear trail cam photo. I look at them sometimes, just to remind myself that it really happened. The thing that really gets to me isn't just what I saw. It's the intelligence behind it, the way it followed my route between patients, how it seemed to understand what the cameras were. Whatever it wasn't just some animal acting on instinct. There was purpose to its actions, and that's what truly terrifies me. Story 8. I've been a ranger at Olympic National Park for almost 15 years now, and what I experienced in late October 2020 has completely changed how I view these forests. I've spent countless hours in the backcountry, but nothing in my training or experience prepared me for what I discovered. I'm finally sharing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out here has seen something similar. It started during my routine wildlife monitoring checks in the more remote northwestern section of the park, about 23 miles from the nearest ranger station. This area is particularly dense with old-growth forests and rarely sees visitors due to the difficult terrain and lack of established trails. I was doing my usual rounds, checking our wildlife cameras and collecting data on elk movements, when I first noticed something odd about the forest structure. At first, I thought I was looking at storm damage. We get pretty severe weather here in the Olympics. But as I got closer, I realized these weren't random fallen branches. Someone, or something, had deliberately woven thick branches together to create what looked like a shelter. Now, I've seen plenty of temporary camps from backpackers over the years, but this was different. The structure was massive, probably 12 feet tall at its highest point, with branches as thick as my arm intricately woven together. Some of these branches would have required significant strength to bend and interlock the way they were. The concerning part wasn't just the size or construction. It was that I found 3 more similar structures within a half-mile radius. Each one showed signs of recent use. Compressed earth inside, cleared areas around the entrances, and what looked like bedding made from gathered moss and ferns. What really got to me was finding organized piles of partially eaten elk bones and mountain beaver remains near each structure. These weren't scattered like you'd expect from normal predator feeding. They were deliberately stacked in distinct piles, sorted by size. Even more bizarre were the crude tools I found. I'm talking about rocks that had been clearly knapped to create sharp edges, and long branches that had been stripped and smoothed as if to be used as digging tools. In my decade and a half of ranger work, I've never seen anything like this. These weren't items left behind by hikers or hunters. They were primitive tools that showed signs of repeated use. I started setting up additional wildlife cameras around these structures. We already had several in the area for monitoring elk and bear populations, but I wanted to get a better understanding of what was happening here. The first week of monitoring picked up some strange audio. Our cameras have audio recording capabilities for studying wolf movements, but what we captured wasn't any known wildlife sound I've ever heard. It started with wood knocking sounds at night, sharp, deliberate strikes that seemed to be coming from different directions, almost like a call and response. But what really shook me were the vocalizations. At around 2:43 a.m. on October 23rd, one of the cameras picked up a series of low, rumbling calls that turned into something that sounded almost like language, but definitely wasn't human. The sounds had a pattern to them, rising and falling in a way that suggested communication rather than random animal noises. Then came the night of October 27th. I was doing a night patrol. We occasionally do these to monitor for illegal camping and poaching activity. The moon was nearly full, and visibility was surprisingly good for the Olympics, where we usually deal with heavy cloud cover. I was about half a mile from the largest structure I'd found when I first smelled it. An overwhelming, pungent odor, like wet hair mixed with rotting vegetation and something musky I can't even describe. The forest had gone completely silent. Anyone who spends time in the wilderness knows that sudden silence usually means a large predator is nearby. But this was different. It was like the forest itself was holding its breath. I killed my flashlight and waited, letting my eyes adjust to the moonlight. That's when I heard the movement. It wasn't just one set of footsteps. There were multiple impacts on the forest floor, heavy but surprisingly quiet for their weight. Years of experience told me these weren't elk or bear movements. Whatever was moving through the forest was bipedal, but the stride length was all wrong for a human. I slowly raised my camera, a good quality DSLR I use for documenting wildlife, and that's when I saw them. In a small clearing about 150 feet ahead, 3 figures moved with deliberate grace between the trees. The largest one had to be at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark, matted hair. 2 smaller ones, maybe 6, 7 feet tall, moved alongside it. Their proportions were humanoid but definitely not human. Massive shoulders, no distinct neck, and arms that hung down to their knees. My hands were shaking as I started taking photos. I managed to get off maybe 4 or 5 shots before my camera suddenly died. And I mean completely died, not just a drained battery. It was a brand new battery I'd just charged that morning. At that exact moment, the largest figure turned its head in my direction. I couldn't make out distinct facial features in the moonlight, but I could feel it looking directly at me. What happened next still haunts me. The largest figure made a sound, not a growl or a roar, but a clear, deliberate vocalization that sounded almost like words in a language I couldn't understand. The 2 smaller figures immediately responded to this and changed their movement pattern. They weren't running away, they were circling around to my flanks. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, but 15 years of wildlife management experience told me that running would be the worst thing I could do. I stayed absolutely still, barely breathing, as these creatures moved through the forest around me with an agility that seemed impossible for their size. They never made any aggressive moves toward me, but they were definitely coordinating their movements. For what felt like hours, but was probably only about 20 minutes, we remained in this strange standoff. I could hear them moving, catch glimpses of their massive forms between the trees, and that overwhelming odor kept getting stronger and then fainter as they moved around me. Finally, the large one made another vocalization, a different sound this time, lower and longer, and I heard them moving away to the north, toward the area where I'd found the largest structure. I waited until I could no longer hear any movement before I even dared to move. My flashlight wouldn't turn on, my radio was dead, my camera was dead. Every piece of electronic equipment I had with me had completely failed. It wasn't until I got back to my vehicle nearly 2 miles away that any of it started working again. When I finally got my camera working, every photo I'd taken was completely corrupted, just black frames with weird digital artifacts. The wildlife cameras I'd set up in the area were all dead too, and their memory cards were corrupted. Every single one had stopped recording at exactly the same time, 11:17 p.m. I've gone back to that area multiple times since then, always during daylight hours. The structures are still there, but they show signs of being maintained and modified. New branches are added, old ones replaced. The tool caches change location and composition. The food remains continue to appear in sorted piles, but I haven't seen them again. I filed an official report, of course, but kept it vague. Unusual structures found, possible unauthorized camping, equipment malfunction. How do you report something like this through official channels without sounding crazy? I've spent my entire career in wildlife management. I know every animal species in these mountains, and I know what I saw wasn't any known wildlife. The part that really gets to me isn't just their size or appearance, it's the intelligence I witnessed. The coordinated movement, the tool use, the organized living spaces, the apparent language. These weren't animals acting on instinct. They were family members working together, using strategy, communicating with each other. They were smart enough to disable or interfere with electronic equipment, whether intentionally or unintentionally. I still do my patrols in that area. It's my job after all. But I no longer do night patrols alone, and I carry a backup set of everything in a shielded bag. I've found more structures since then, and I've heard the wood knocking and vocalizations a few more times, but always at a distance. It's like they're letting me know they're there, but choosing to keep their distance. The Olympics are a huge wilderness area, over 900,000 acres of remote, rugged terrain. Most of it is rarely visited by humans. We really only patrol and monitor a fraction of it. After what I experienced, I can't help but wonder what else is out there in the areas we never see. These creatures have clearly been here for a long time, living complex lives we know nothing about. Maybe they've always been here, and we're the ones intruding on their territory. I know how this all sounds. If someone had told me this story 3 years ago, I probably wouldn't have believed them. But I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what I experienced. There's something intelligent living in these mountains, something that we've either chosen to ignore or have been incredibly lucky to mostly avoid. I don't share this location information because I honestly believe these beings deserve their privacy and safety from human interference. But I share this story because I think it's important for people to know that there's more to these forests than we understand, and maybe we need to approach them with a bit more humility. Story 9. It began in March 2022. I was conducting my regular surveys of apiaries across Washington County, Maine, when I noticed something odd. Several beekeepers had reported complete colony losses, but not in the usual way. Normally, when colonies collapse, you find dead bees, disease signs, or hive damage. These cases were different. The hives were perfectly intact, but completely empty. No bees, no honey, no brood, nothing. Even stranger, the hives showed no damage. The frames were carefully removed and emptied, as if by someone who understood bee-box construction. At first I assumed it was human theft, but that didn't add up. These weren't commercial operations, just small, scattered apiaries on remote properties, many without road access. Some were miles from the nearest paved road. The effort required to carry heavy honey-filled frames through dense forest made no sense for thieves, especially given the minimal yield from these small operations. What really caught my attention was the precision. I've worked with bees for 15 years, and even experienced beekeepers sometimes damage frames during honey extraction. These hives looked like they'd been handled by someone with extraordinary care and knowledge. The frames were removed without breaking a single piece of wax foundation. No tool marks, no scratches, nothing. It was like someone with master-level beekeeping skills had ghosted through these remote locations. By April, I'd documented similar cases across a roughly 40-mile radius. I started setting up trail cameras around some of the affected apiaries. I remember feeling slightly embarrassed about it, like I was indulging in some kind of paranoid fantasy. But I'm a scientist, and I needed data. The first few weeks yielded nothing except the usual deer and raccoons. Then, on May 14th, during the new moon, everything changed. I was reviewing footage from a camera near an apiary in Township 19, about 15 miles from the nearest town. The timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. At first I thought the image was corrupted. There was this massive dark shape moving through the frame. As I enhanced the contrast, my hands started shaking. What I was looking at simply shouldn't exist. The figure was enormous. I'd estimate 8 to 8.5 feet tall based on the fence post reference in the frame. But it wasn't just the size that shocked me. This creature was carefully opening a hive box. The infrared footage showed massive hands moving with what I can only describe as surgical precision. It gently removed frames one by one, somehow managing this delicate operation despite having fingers that must have been twice the size of mine. I sat there staring at my laptop screen for what felt like hours, playing the sequence over and over. The creature's movements showed clear purpose and understanding. It knew exactly how the hive boxes were assembled. It carefully separated boxes, removed frames, and even appeared to avoid crushing bees. The level of dexterity was mind-boggling given its size. But here's what really keeps me up at night. It was methodical. This wasn't an animal raiding for food. The creature systematically worked through the hive, box by box, frame by frame. It even seemed to be selecting specific frames, leaving others untouched. In 23 years of wildlife research, I've never seen anything like this level of deliberate behavior outside of human activity. After that night, I installed more cameras and began tracking lunar phases against reported hive disturbances. A pattern emerged that defied coincidence. The visits always occurred during the new moon, between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. The creature never hit the same apiary twice in the same lunar cycle, but would often return 3 months later. I started reaching out to local farmers and beekeepers, carefully at first. Many were reluctant to talk, but once I shared my footage, the stories came pouring out. One elderly farmer described watching a huge figure carefully picking wild blueberries at night. selecting only the ripe ones. Another had seen something similar examining their apple trees, apparently testing fruit for ripeness. The most striking account came from Sarah Mitchell, a third-generation beekeeper. She described waking up one night in April to find her hives being inspected. Instead of calling the police or grabbing a gun, she did something that still amazes me. She watched. She described seeing the creature delicately checking frames, and rather than taking all the honey, it left the brood frames and enough honey stores for the colony to survive. The scientific part of my brain keeps searching for a rational explanation, but the evidence points to something that challenges everything I thought I knew. This isn't just a large, unknown animal. The behavior I've documented shows problem-solving skills, technical understanding, and even what appears to be resource management. The creature never takes all the honey. It leaves enough for the colonies to survive. It times its visits to minimize bee activity and disturbance. It understands how human-made bee boxes work. I've now captured over 30 pieces of footage showing similar behavior. The images aren't always clear. Trail cameras at night have limitations, but they're consistent. Same size range, same careful movements, same understanding of beekeeping equipment. I've documented this thing handling tools that should be too small for its fingers, yet it never breaks them. The pattern has continued through 2023. Every new moon brings a new round of activity, always in a different location, but within the same general area. I've mapped the visits, and they form a rough circuit, as if the creature is rotating through territories to allow resources to replenish. Just last week, I found something that made me finally decide to share this story. Near one of the visited hives, I found a small structure made of broken branches. At first, I thought it was random storm damage, but upon closer inspection, I realized the branches were deliberately woven together to form a kind of shelter. Inside, there were empty honey frames from various hives, some from locations miles apart, stacked with almost archive-like precision. The frames were organized by date, based on the hive marking systems used by different beekeepers. I'm not claiming to know what this creature is. What I do know is that it displays intelligence, technical knowledge, and a sophisticated understanding of resource management. It's not just surviving in our world, it's actively interacting with our agriculture in ways that show comprehension of human systems. The honey keeps disappearing every new moon. The cameras keep capturing glimpses of something that shouldn't exist. And I keep adding to my collection of evidence that suggests we're sharing our forests with something far more intelligent than we've imagined. I've secured my trail cameras better and added some with better night vision capability. Every new moon, I check them with a mixture of dread and anticipation. Part of me hopes to capture clearer evidence, while another part feels like I'm intruding on something I wasn't meant to understand. The next new moon is in 3 days. I'll be out there, adding to my research notes, trying to make sense of something that challenges everything I thought I knew about biology and intelligence. If anyone else has observed similar behavior, especially in the Washington County area, I'd be interested in comparing notes. For now, I continue to document and observe, knowing that somewhere out there, this creature is doing the same, studying our systems, understanding our methods, and moving through our world with a sophistication that both thrills and terrifies me. I check my apiaries every morning now, always looking for signs. Sometimes I find broken twigs arranged in patterns that seem too precise to be random, or small structures woven from forest materials that remind me of scaled-down versions of human-made objects. The creature is learning, observing, and maybe even trying to communicate in its own way. And every new moon, I wonder what new insights it will reveal about itself and about our limited understanding of intelligence in the natural world. Story 10. I've been a land surveyor for over 15 years, working on all kinds of projects across Idaho and Montana. But what happened last summer in the Coeur d'Alene area has made me seriously consider a career change. I'm finally sharing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It started in early June 2023. My company had been contracted to survey a 200-acre plot just outside of Coeur d'Alene for a new residential development. The area was mostly dense forest, with some cleared sections, backing up against national forest land. Pretty standard stuff. We'd done dozens of similar projects. The first week was completely normal. We set up our base station, placed our control points, and started mapping the topography. The property had some challenging terrain, lots of elevation changes, thick undergrowth, and some marshy areas near a small creek. There were only 3 houses within about a mile radius, all on the eastern edge of the property. The weird stuff started during our second week. I arrived one morning to find all of our survey stakes from the previous day's work pulled up and neatly stacked in a pile near our base station. At first, I thought it was vandalism, maybe locals who didn't want development in the area, but something felt off about it. The stakes weren't broken or thrown around. They were carefully removed and arranged in a precise pattern, almost like a cross. I replaced the stakes and added some trail cameras, thinking we'd catch some teenagers on film. That night, the same thing happened. Stakes pulled and stacked, but the trail cameras showed nothing except some strange, dark blurs. The motion detection had triggered, but whatever moved through the frame was either too fast or too dark to capture clearly. The thing that really started to freak me out was the smell. Anyone who's worked outdoors knows the usual forest smells, but this was different. It was this overwhelming, musty odor like wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation. The smell would come and go, usually strongest in the early mornings when I'd find the stakes pulled up. About 3 weeks into the project, I started hearing things. I usually work alone, which never bothered me before, but I kept getting this feeling of being watched. The forest would go completely silent. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. Then I'd hear these deep, rumbling vocalizations from the tree line. Not like any animal I know, and I've encountered everything from bears to mountain lions. These sounds were almost deliberate, like something trying to communicate. I started recording audio on my phone whenever I was out there. I captured several of these vocalizations. They would usually happen in a pattern, one long, low call followed by 2 shorter ones. Sometimes it seemed like there were responses from further away, but those were harder to pick up on the recordings. Then I found the footprints. They were near where we'd parked our excavator, which was waiting to be used once the survey was complete. These weren't bear tracks or elk prints. I know those well. These were clearly foot-shaped but massive, easily 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length between prints was incredible, probably around 6 feet. Whatever made them was huge and walked on 2 legs. I tried to document everything professionally. I took photos of the prints with measuring tape for scale, collected plaster casts, and kept detailed notes of when and where things happened. I'm a surveyor. Documentation is what I do. But every time I tried to get clear evidence, something would go wrong. Photos would come out blurry, audio recordings would be distorted, or the plaster casts would get damaged overnight. The breaking point came when our heavy equipment started getting messed with. First, it was just the excavator being turned 180 degrees overnight, which should be impossible without starting it up. Then we found the bulldozer pushed over on its side one morning. This wasn't vandalism. There were no tool marks, no damage to the locks or ignition. Just raw force had pushed over a 15-ton piece of machinery. One of the nearby residents, an older guy named Bill, finally approached me one morning. He'd been watching from his property and said he'd seen something moving our survey stakes at night. He described seeing a massive dark figure, probably 8 or 9 feet tall, methodically walking the property lines and pulling up stakes. He said it moved with purpose, like it knew exactly what it was doing. 2 other neighbors confirmed similar sightings. One woman had captured a video on her phone, just a few seconds of a huge, shadowy figure moving between trees at dusk. The video was shaky and dark, but you could clearly see something bipedal and much too large to be human. We tried setting up proper security cameras with infrared capabilities. The first night, they captured some interesting footage, a large shadow moving through the trees, and those same strange vocalizations. But by morning, all 4 cameras had been crushed, almost like something had deliberately squeezed them in a massive hand. The final straw was when I found fresh prints leading right up to my truck one morning. They circled the vehicle completely, and there were these weird marks on the hood, like something had been examining it. The prints were the same as before, but this time I noticed something new, dermal ridges in the impressions, like fingerprints on a massive scale. I wrote up a detailed report for my company, including all the documentation I'd managed to collect. They initially didn't believe me, but after the equipment damage and multiple witness accounts, they couldn't ignore it. The client was informed, and within a week, the project was officially suspended. The development company eventually abandoned their plans entirely. Officially, they cited environmental concerns and local opposition. But I know the real reason. Whatever was out there didn't want us there, and it made that message crystal clear. I've gone back a few times since then, just to look around during daylight hours. The survey stakes are all gone now, but I still find weird stick structures occasionally, complex arrangements of broken branches that couldn't have occurred naturally. The smell returns sometimes, and once in a while I'll hear those vocalizations in the distance. I'm not claiming to know what was out there. I'm a surveyor. I deal in measurements and facts, but I know what I experienced, what I documented, and what I saw. Something intelligent didn't want that land developed, and it had the strength and determination to stop it. The strangest part? Local records show that 3 other development attempts in that same area have been abandoned over the past 30 years. Each time, equipment was damaged, survey markers were removed, and workers reported similar experiences. Whatever's out there has been protecting that land for a long time. I still work as a surveyor, but I'm much more careful about which projects I take now. And whenever I'm working in remote areas, I pay much more attention to the sounds of the forest, especially when everything goes quiet. Story 11. I've been a wildlife photographer for over 12 years, specializing in elk photography, but nothing in my career prepared me for what I experienced during those 3 weeks in September 2021. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I was working on a long-term project documenting elk migration patterns in the Bridger-Teton National Forest, about 30 miles southeast of Jackson. The first week was completely normal. I'd set up my blinds in strategic locations, installed my trail cameras, and was getting some great shots of the elk herds moving through the area. I had 5 different locations set up across a 3-mile radius, each carefully chosen based on elk movement patterns I'd observed. Everything changed during the second week. I noticed the elk were suddenly avoiding my usual spots. At first I thought maybe it was just normal variation in their movement patterns, but something felt off. I've spent enough time around wildlife to know when their behavior isn't natural. They weren't just choosing different paths. They were actively avoiding areas they'd frequently used before, especially around my photography blinds. On September 15th, I decided to check my trail cameras to see if I could figure out what was spooking the elk. What I found made my blood run cold. 3 of my 5 cameras had malfunctioned, which was weird because I'd just replaced all the batteries the week before. The 2 that were still working had captured something that still haunts me. The timestamps showed 2:17 a.m. on both cameras. In the grainy night vision footage, you could see something massive moving through the frame. At first I thought it was a grizzly. We get them in the area all the time. But this thing was walking on 2 legs. The height reference markers I'd set up for measuring elk showed whatever this was stood at least 8 feet tall. The image quality wasn't great. Trail cams aren't exactly high-end photography equipment, but I could make out a massive, broad-shouldered figure with long arms. That same day I found tracks that made no sense. I'm familiar with every animal print you can find in Wyoming, but these were different. They were clearly bipedal, about 16 inches long, and the stride length was enormous, nearly 6 feet between prints. What really got to me was how deep they were pressed into the hard ground. Whatever made them had to be incredibly heavy. I started noticing other things too. My equipment kept malfunctioning in ways that defied explanation. Brand new batteries would drain overnight. My DSLR camera would turn off randomly, even though it was fully charged. My GPS would lose signal in areas with clear sky visibility. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the cold was affecting the batteries. Maybe there was some kind of electromagnetic interference from nearby power lines. But there weren't any power lines for miles. The sounds started next. If you spend enough time in the wilderness, you get to know all the normal noises. Elk bugling, coyotes howling, owls hooting. But what I heard on the night of September 18th wasn't anything I'd ever encountered before. I was in my main photography blind, hoping to catch the elk at dawn, when around 3 a.m. this deep, resonating call echoed through the valley. It started low, almost like a whale song, then rose to a pitch that made the hair on my neck stand up. The elk in the area immediately went silent, and elk aren't usually quiet during rutting season. What happened next still gives me nightmares. I heard heavy footsteps moving through the forest, circling my blind. Whatever it was big enough to make the ground vibrate slightly with each step. Then came the smell. This overwhelming putrid odor, like rotting meat mixed with wet fur and something else I can't even describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I sat absolutely still in my blind, trying not to make a sound. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. The footsteps got closer, and I could hear breathing, deep, heavy breaths that didn't sound like any animal I knew. Through the small viewing slots in my blind, I caught glimpses of dark fur moving past. The creature circled my blind 3 times, each circle getting closer. Then it stopped, directly in front of my blind's entrance. I could feel its presence right there, less than 5 feet away. The breathing got louder, and there was this low, rumbling sound coming from it. Not quite a growl, but something deeper. The whole blind creaked as something pressed against it, and I saw the wall flex inward slightly. I was sure this was it. Whatever this thing was, it was going to tear through the blind and get me. That's when my satellite phone started buzzing. Not ringing, just making this weird electronic noise I'd never heard before. The creature let out a sound that I can only describe as a mix between a roar and a scream, loud enough that my ears were ringing afterward. Then it took off running, on 2 legs, the impacts shaking the ground. I could hear trees cracking as it crashed through the forest. I waited in that blind until full daylight, too terrified to move. When I finally got up the courage to step outside, I found my blind was surrounded by those same huge footprints. There were broken branches everywhere, some as thick as my arm, snapped like twigs. The most disturbing thing was the trees. 5 of them had deep claw marks about 8 feet up the trunks, fresh sap still oozing from them. I packed up my gear that day and left the area. I couldn't bring myself to go back, even though I had 2 weeks left on my assignment. When I got home and checked my trail cameras, most of the footage was corrupted. The few images I did recover showed only partial views. A massive arm here, a shadowy leg there, but never a clear full shot of whatever was out there. I've been doing this job for over a decade. I've encountered bears, wolves, moose, and mountain lions. I know how to handle myself in the wilderness and around wild animals. But what I experienced those nights in Wyoming wasn't any known animal. The way it moved, the intelligence it showed in systematically checking my blind, the effect it had on my equipment. None of it fits with anything I've ever encountered or studied. I still do wildlife photography, but I haven't gone back to that part of Wyoming. Sometimes, when I'm reviewing photos from that trip, I catch myself looking for something in the shadows, searching the backgrounds for any sign of that massive figure. The rational part of my mind tries to explain it away. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe I was overtired and imagining things. But then I remember the footprints, the sounds, the way it walked on 2 legs, and I know what I experienced was real. I'm sharing this now because I need someone else to know what's out there. I've kept quiet about it for a year, worried about my professional reputation, but I can't stop thinking about it. Whatever that creature was, it was intelligent, it was massive, and it was definitely not a known species. I still have the corrupted memory cards and a few plaster casts I made of the footprints, but I know these aren't enough to prove what I encountered. All I know is that there's something out there in the Bridger-Teton National Forest that defies explanation, and it's changed the way I look at the wilderness forever. Story 12. I need to get this off my chest. What happened during my archaeological excavation in Montana last year has been haunting me, and I can't make sense of it no matter how many times I replay it in my head. I'm a professional archaeologist with over 12 years of experience in field research, and I've never encountered anything that I couldn't eventually explain through scientific analysis. Until now. It was late May 2022, and I was leading a small team conducting excavations in a remote area of the Bitterroot Mountains in western Montana. We'd received a research grant to study potential prehistoric human settlements in the region. The site was promising, about 15 miles from the nearest town, situated in a sheltered valley that would have provided natural protection for ancient inhabitants. The first week was completely normal. We set up our base camp with 3 main research tents, our sleeping quarters, and all our standard equipment. The team consisted of myself, 2 grad students, Mark and Sarah, and our field technician, Dave. We'd done the usual preliminary surveys, marked our dig sites, and started the methodical process of excavation. Everything changed on day 8. I was documenting findings in Pit B3 when I uncovered something that made no sense. A series of stone tools unlike anything I'd seen in North American archaeology. They were massive, easily twice the size of typical prehistoric implements, but showed clear signs of deliberate crafting. The wear patterns suggested they'd been used for cutting or scraping, but they were far too large for human hands to use effectively. That same afternoon, we discovered the first footprint fossils. They were preserved in an ancient layer of sediment, and my heart nearly stopped when I measured them. 22 inches long, with clear anatomical detail showing a foot structure similar to primates, but scaled up to an impossible size. I've worked with prehistoric track sites before, but these were different. The stride length, depth, and impression patterns all indicated they were made by something that walked bipedally, with an estimated height of over 8 feet. I kept my concerns to myself that first day, not wanting to influence the team's observations. But that night, things got weird. Around 2 a.m., I was awakened by what sounded like heavy wood knocking coming from the ridge above our camp. 3 distinct beats, followed by silence. I grabbed my phone to record, but by the time I got it running, the sounds had stopped. The next morning, we found our excavation tools had been moved, not scattered like an animal would do, but carefully arranged in a perfect circle around Pit B3, with each tool pointing toward the center. Sarah suggested maybe one of us had done it and forgotten, but I knew better. We're meticulous about equipment storage because our tools are expensive and vital to our work. Over the next few days, a pattern emerged. Every morning, we'd find subtle changes to our site. Tools rearranged in geometric patterns, new artifacts placed carefully at the edges of our pits, more of those oversized stone tools, along with what appeared to be crude wooden implements that were definitely not there when we'd finished work the previous evening. The night sounds continued too. I managed to capture some on our audio equipment. Deep, rhythmic knocking that would echo through the valley, always in sets of 3. Sometimes we'd hear what sounded like vocalizations, not quite human, not quite animal, coming from different directions around the camp. The weird thing was, they seemed to be responding to each other, like some kind of communication. One morning, I arrived at the main dig site before sunrise to catalogue the previous day's findings. The dawn light was just starting to filter through the trees when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, in the fresh dirt we'd excavated yesterday, was a line of fresh footprints. They were identical to the fossilized ones we'd found, but these were new. The soil compression was still visible, the edges sharp and clean. I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They led directly to our artifact storage tent, circled it once, then headed up toward the ridge. What terrified me most was the size of the stride, easily 6 feet between prints. Whatever made them had simply stepped over our 4-foot security fence like it wasn't even there. That same day, our motion sensor cameras caught something unusual. Not a clear image, just a large, dark shape moving between the trees at the edge of their range. When I reviewed the footage frame by frame, I could make out what looked like thick, dark hair and a massive shoulder line that had to be at least 7 feet off the ground. The camera's infrared sensor indicated a heat signature consistent with a large mammal. The grad students were getting spooked. Mark wanted to call in more researchers, but I was worried about contaminating the site. If this was what I was starting to think it might be, we needed to document everything perfectly. Every morning brought new arrangements of tools and artifacts. It was like whatever was visiting our site was mimicking our excavation patterns, but with its own logic that we couldn't quite grasp. The breaking point came 3 weeks into the dig. I was working late, documenting some newly uncovered artifacts by lamplight. The sun had set, but it was still light enough to see. That's when I felt it, that feeling of being watched that makes the hair on your neck stand up. I turned slowly toward the tree line and saw something that I'll never forget. Standing between two large pines was a figure. Even in the dim light, I could tell it was massive. The head was level with a branch I later measured at 8 feet. The body was covered in dark hair, but it was the eyes that struck me, deeply set, reflecting my lamplight with a reddish glow, and undeniably intelligent. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then it moved. The way it moved defied everything I thought I knew about large primates. In 2 fluid steps, it covered about 20 feet of ground and vanished into the darkness. No sound, no crashed undergrowth, just gone. But the air was filled with this overwhelming musky odor, like wet fur mixed with something metallic. That night, the knocking was different. Instead of the usual 3 beats, it was continuous, coming from multiple directions. The vocalizations were louder too. Long, modulated calls that made my chest vibrate. The grad students were terrified. Dave, our technician, sat up all night with his rifle, though I knew it wouldn't make a difference. When morning came, the entire dig site had been rearranged. Every tool, every marker, every piece of equipment had been placed in an enormous spiral pattern centered on the pit where we'd found the first fossil footprints. In the center was a pile of fresh artifacts, more stone tools, but these were different. They showed signs of recent use, with fresh organic material still clinging to the edges. I called off the dig that morning. Some things felt too big, too profound to disturb. We packed up our equipment, documented everything with photographs and video, and left the site exactly as we'd found it that last morning. I filed my official report with deliberately vague language about inconclusive findings and the need for further research. The university wasn't happy about the early termination, but I stand by my decision. I've spent the last year trying to make sense of what we experienced. The recordings, photos, and artifacts are securely stored, but I'm not ready to share them yet. How do you present evidence of something that shouldn't exist? The oddest thing? Every few weeks I still get emails from the motion sensors we left behind. Usually it's just deer or bears, but sometimes, late at night, they capture the same dark shape moving through the trees, and occasionally, when I review the audio feeds, I hear those 3 distinct knocks echoing through the valley. I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story 2 years ago, I would have dismissed it as a hoax or a misidentification. But when you've spent your entire career studying the evidence of ancient life, you learn to read the signs. Whatever was watching us, whatever arranged those tools and left those footprints, it wasn't human. But it was intelligent, curious, and seemingly as interested in studying us as we were in studying it. I haven't gone back to the site. Part of me wants to mount a properly equipped expedition, but another part feels like we were given a warning. Some things might be better left undisturbed. Some mysteries might need to stay mysterious. But I can't forget those eyes, that deliberate movement, those carefully arranged patterns. Whatever it wasn't just some unknown animal. It was something that thought, that reasoned, that communicated. And sometimes late at night I swear I can still hear those knocks echoing in my memory, like it's trying to tell us something we're not yet ready to understand. Story 13. It started in late March 2023. I was following up on a call about an injured deer near the Headwaters Forest Reserve. Usually when we get these calls, we have to search extensively to locate the injured animals, and when we do find them, they're often in pretty rough shape from trying to escape predators while injured. But this time was different. I remember that morning clearly. It was unusually foggy, around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and there was this weird stillness in the air. The injured deer was right there, practically next to one of the maintenance trails, lying on what looked like a deliberately arranged bed of ferns. The weird part, the deer had some kind of poultice on its injured leg. I'm talking about a mixture of what I later identified as yarrow and plantain leaves, known medicinal plants that grow in the area. The deer was calm, way too calm for an injured wild animal. That alone was strange enough. But then I noticed the footprints. I've tracked all sorts of wildlife in these forests. Bears, mountain lions, you name it. These prints were different. They were human-like but massive, around 16 inches long, and the stride length was incredible. I took photos and measurements, but I honestly didn't know what to make of them. Over the next few weeks, we started getting more calls about injured animals being found in similarly accessible locations. A young bobcat with an injured paw, again with some kind of herbal treatment applied. A wounded owl that should have been impossible to approach, just calmly waiting near a trail. Each time, those same massive footprints were nearby. By May, I decided to set up some trail cameras. I've got about a dozen high-end ones that I use for wildlife monitoring. I placed them in areas where we'd found treated animals before. The first few weeks showed nothing unusual, just regular wildlife activity. But then, on June 12th, everything changed. I was checking the footage like I did every morning when I saw it. At 2:47 a.m., the camera caught movement. The infrared sensor picked up a large dark figure. I mean large, like 7, 8 feet tall at least. It was moving with this weird fluid grace, carrying something in its arms. As it got closer to the camera, I could see it was a young deer with an injured leg. The way this thing moved was unlike anything I've ever seen. It was clearly bipedal, but the movement was so natural, so at home in the forest darkness. The footage shows it gently laying down the deer, then gathering something from the forest floor, probably those medicinal plants. The creepiest part, it seemed to know exactly what it was doing. This wasn't random animal behavior. This was deliberate care. I've reviewed that footage hundreds of times. The figure was covered in what looked like dark, thick fur. The proportions were all wrong for a human in a suit. The arms were too long, the shoulders too wide, and the head seemed to sit directly on the shoulders with barely any neck visible. But what really got to me was what happened in late July. I was doing a night survey, something I'd done hundreds of times before. Around 1 a.m. I started getting that feeling, you know, that primal sensation that you're being watched. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects, no nocturnal birds, nothing, just dead silence. Then I smelled it. Everyone talks about the smell, but nothing prepares you for it. It was like a mix of wet dog, rotting vegetation, and something else I can't even describe. The smell was so strong it made my eyes water. I heard heavy footsteps behind me, but I couldn't move. I just stood there, my flashlight beam shaking slightly as I tried to control my breathing. Whatever it was close enough that I could hear its breathing. Deep, rhythmic breaths that sounded almost human, but not quite. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me to run, but something else told me to stay still. I don't know how long I stood there, probably only a minute or two, but it felt like hours. Finally, I slowly turned around. About 50 yards away, partially hidden behind a massive redwood, I saw it. The figure was enormous, its outline barely visible in the darkness, but I could see its eyes catching the light from my flashlight. They reflected with a deep, reddish-orange glow, like nothing I've ever seen in any known animal. What happened next still haunts me. It stepped partially out from behind the tree, and I got my first clear look at it. The fur was a dark brown, almost black, and had this weird silvery sheen in my flashlight beam. Its face was... I don't even know how to describe it. It was somewhere between ape and human, but with features that didn't quite match either. The eyes were deeply set, and there was intelligence there. Not animal intelligence, something else entirely. It raised one massive hand, palm facing me, in what I can only describe as a gesture of acknowledgement. Then it slowly backed away into the forest, moving with that same fluid grace I'd seen in the camera footage. The whole encounter probably lasted less than a minute, but it changed everything I thought I knew about these forests. Since that night, the pattern has continued. We keep finding injured animals in accessible locations, treated with basic but effective herbal remedies. The footprints are still there, and occasionally my cameras catch glimpses of that same figure. But now there's something else. Sometimes I find small bundles of medicinal plants left near my usual parking spots, almost like it's trying to teach me. The other day, I found a severely injured mountain lion cub. In any other circumstance, approaching it would have been suicide. Injured or not, you don't mess with mountain lion cubs. But this one was calm, almost sedated, with the same herbal poultice I'd seen so many times before. Next to it was a fresh bundle of yarrow and other medicinal plants I hadn't seen used before. I've told a few trusted colleagues about this, but most think I'm either crazy or pulling their leg. The ones who've seen the evidence firsthand don't know what to make of it. I've spent my entire career working with wildlife, studying animal behavior and following science. Nothing in my training or experience explains what's happening here. The weirdest part? The animals we find like this all survive. Not most of them, all of them. Whatever is treating them seems to know exactly what it's doing. It knows which herbs to use, how to apply them, and even how to calm the animals down. This isn't just some animal acting on instinct. This is medical care, albeit primitive. I'm still monitoring the situation, still collecting evidence, still trying to make sense of it all. But I'm also starting to accept that maybe there are things in these forests that we don't understand, things that defy our scientific classifications and neat categories. Whatever this being is, it's intelligent, it's caring for other creatures, and it seems to want to share its knowledge. Last week, I found another bundle of medicinal plants, but this time there was something different with them, arranged in a way that clearly demonstrated how to prepare them. I'm not sure what to do with this information, or who to share it with. All I know is that something incredible is happening in these forests, and I'm somehow caught up in the middle of it. I still go out nearly every night, hoping to learn more, to understand better. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in the darkness, or find fresh footprints, or smell that distinctive odor. But mostly, I just find the results of its work. Injured animals, carefully tended to, and left where they can be found and helped further. The scientific part of me wants to document everything, to prove what's happening. But another part of me, the part that stood in that dark forest and looked into those intelligent eyes, wonders if some things aren't meant to be proven, only experienced and learned from. Story 14. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but after what happened in the Adirondacks last fall, I can't keep it to myself anymore. I'm a mycologist. I study fungi, and I've spent the last decade documenting rare species across New York State. What I encountered during my research expedition in October 2022 has completely changed my understanding of what's possible in those mountains. It started during a routine collection trip near Whiteface Mountain. I'd gotten permits to study some of the more remote areas, particularly focusing on rare wood decay fungi that tend to appear in old-growth forests. The first few days were completely normal. I'd wake up early, hike out to my research sites, collect samples, and document everything meticulously with my usual protocol. On day 4, things started getting weird. I noticed something off about one of my collection sites, a series of fallen logs that I'd been monitoring. The fungi patterns were different, not random like you'd typically see in nature. These looked deliberately placed, almost like someone had transplanted entire colonies in specific arrangements. I'm talking about perfect concentric circles of Armillaria gallica, honey fungus, something I'd never seen in 10 years of field research. I took dozens of photos and GPS coordinates, thinking maybe another researcher was conducting experiments without posting notices, which would have been against protocol, but not impossible. But the patterns kept showing up at other sites, always in these remote locations that were at least a mile from any marked trail. The really unsettling part was the structures I started finding near these fungal formations. At first, I thought they were just fallen branches, but as I looked closer, I realized they were deliberate constructions, complex lean-tos made from interwoven branches and vegetation. Some were large enough for something big to shelter in, but they didn't look like any human construction I'd ever seen. No tools marks, no rope or twine, just incredibly precise weaving of natural materials. Things escalated when my samples started disappearing from my base camp. I always set up a proper field station with sample storage and basic lab equipment, and I'm obsessive about organization. The first time it happened, I thought maybe a bear had gotten into camp, but there were no signs of animal disturbance. The samples were just gone. What made it even stranger was finding those same samples the next day, nearly half a mile from camp, arranged in perfect geometric patterns on fallen logs. My collection labels were still intact, but the samples had been carefully placed in these bizarre arrangements. The sounds started about a week into the expedition. Working in remote areas, you get used to weird forest noises, but these were different. Deep, resonant whoops that seemed to echo through the entire valley, followed by what sounded like wood knocking. Not the random sounds of falling branches, but deliberate rhythmic patterns. They always seemed to come around dusk, and they moved one night from the north, the next from the east, always at least a mile away according to my GPS. I started setting up trail cameras near the fungal sites. Most nights they caught nothing, or just normal wildlife. But my samples kept disappearing, and the arrangements kept getting more complex. I found one pattern that perfectly mimicked the molecular structure of psilocybin. I know because I sketched it and later compared it to my biochemistry texts. There's no way that was random. The final night changed everything. I was checking my cameras just before sunset near a particularly large fungal arrangement when my equipment started acting up. My GPS unit went dead first, then my phone. Even my backup battery pack showed no charge, despite being full that morning. That's when I heard it. Heavy footsteps, methodical and slow, coming from the dense brush about 50 yards away. I had my camera out and recording before I even thought about it. Through the viewfinder, I saw something emerge from between two large spruces. The light was fading, but what I saw was clear enough to turn my blood to ice. It was massive, I'm guessing at least 8 feet tall and covered in dark reddish-brown hair. But it wasn't just some animal lumbering through the woods. It was deliberately harvesting fungi from a fallen log, using what looked like primitive tools made from sticks to carefully extract entire colonies without damaging them. The video lasted maybe 30 seconds before my camera died. Just died, mid-recording, along with every other piece of electronic equipment I had. When I finally got my gear working again the next morning, the video file was corrupted, just static and digital artifacts, except for a few frames that show something large moving between the trees. I packed up and left that day. The research station chief said they'd had other researchers report equipment failures in that area, but no one had ever followed up on it. I filed my field reports but left out most of the strange details. Who would believe it? I had my samples and data peer-reviewed, but I never mentioned the arrangements or the structures. How could I explain fungi being cultivated by something that isn't supposed to exist? The most disturbing part? When I was reviewing my field notes weeks later, I realized something that still gives me chills. Those fungal arrangements? They weren't random or just decorative. They were replications of chemical structures, not just the psilocybin pattern I recognized, but others too. Whatever was creating these arrangements understood mycology at a level that would require advanced scientific knowledge. Or maybe they've been studying fungi far longer than we have. I've been back to the Adirondacks since then, but never to that specific area. I've heard rumors from other researchers about similar experiences, equipment failures, strange arrangements of specimens, unexplained structures, but no one talks about it officially. How could we? There's no place in a peer-reviewed journal for this kind of observation. The samples I collected from those arranged formations turned out to be a previously undocumented subspecies of several known fungi. The paper I published about them got some attention in the mycological community, but I never included the circumstances of their discovery. Some things in science can't be explained by our current understanding, and sometimes the truth is harder to believe than any theory we could propose. I still have my field notes and the corrupted video file. Sometimes I think about releasing them, but who would believe it? A cryptid mycologist, cultivating and studying fungi in the remote Adirondacks. It sounds ridiculous, but I know what I saw. And sometimes, on cold nights when I'm reviewing my research, I find myself looking at molecular diagrams and wondering if somewhere out there, those same patterns are being recreated on the forest floor by hands that aren't human. The scientific community has theories about fungal intelligence and complex mycelial networks that act like natural communication systems. But none of those theories explain what I encountered. There's something out there that understands fungi on a level we haven't achieved yet, something that's been cultivating and studying them long before humans started documenting their observations. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it's not us studying them, but them studying us. I've never figured out why all my equipment failed that day, or how those samples were so precisely arranged, or what made those sounds echo through the valleys. But I know that there are things in those mountains that defy our current scientific understanding. And maybe that's okay. Maybe there are some mysteries that aren't meant to be published in journals or explained in conferences. Sometimes the most profound scientific discoveries are the ones that remind us how little we actually know. Story 15. I've been working as a trail maintenance technician at Yellowstone for almost 4 years now, but what happened last summer still keeps me up at night. I'm not someone who believes in supernatural stuff. My job is literally about maintaining trails, fixing signs, and dealing with very real physical things. But I can't explain what I experienced from June to August 2021. It started with the stone formations. I was doing my regular maintenance rounds in the backcountry, about 12 miles from the nearest visitor center. I'm talking deep in the Kevlar region, where even seasoned hikers rarely venture. I noticed these structures, not just random piles of rocks, but perfectly balanced stone arrangements. At first I thought maybe some visitors had gone off trail and made them, though that area was restricted due to wildlife activity. These weren't your typical cairns that hikers make. Each stone was placed with mathematical precision. I'm talking about rocks weighing 50, 60 pounds each, stacked in perfect geometric patterns. Some formed perfect equilateral triangles when viewed from above. Others created precise right angles. I've been working outdoors for 15 years, and I've never seen anything like it. The weird part? No tool marks. Nothing to indicate how they were moved or arranged. I took photos and GPS coordinates, planning to report it to my supervisor. But then things got stranger. I was camping out there for a 2-week maintenance project, and every morning my tools weren't where I'd left them. I'm methodical about my equipment. Everything has its place in my locked container. But I'd wake up to find my hammers, wrenches and saws arranged in perfect parallel lines outside my container. The container was still locked. No signs of forced entry. No damage to the locks. Just my tools, laid out with the same geometric precision as those stone formations. The night sounds started about a week in. I always keep my phone on to record any bear activity. It's standard procedure when camping in the backcountry. But instead of the usual forest sounds, my recordings picked up something else. Deep, rhythmic thumping, like something huge methodically striking trees. Then there were the vocalizations. Not like any animal I know, and I know what bears, elk and wolves sound like. These were different. Low, almost musical sequences of sounds, repeated in patterns, always between 2 and 4 a.m. I started finding footprints around my camp. Not bear tracks. I know those like the back of my hand. These were humanoid but massive, easily 18 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length was incredible, over 6 feet apart. The depth of the impressions suggested whatever made them weighed at least 700, 800 pounds. I took plaster casts and measurements, documented everything. I'm trained to be scientific about this stuff. July 15th is when everything escalated. We have motion-activated security cameras on some of the remote trails. They're mainly for monitoring wildlife movements and catching illegal campers. I was reviewing the footage from the previous night when I saw it. The timestamp read 3:17 a.m. A figure moved into frame. The camera's infrared lighting illuminated something that made my blood run cold. It was huge. I'd estimate at least 8 feet tall, massively built. But what struck me wasn't just the size. It was the deliberate, intelligent way it moved. The figure was methodically moving rocks, creating one of those geometric formations I'd been finding. Its movements were precise, careful. It would pick up boulders that would take 2 or 3 people to lift, handling them like they were nothing. The footage lasted about 4 minutes before the figure moved off camera. The next morning, I went to the spot shown in the video. There it was, a perfect stone triangle, each side exactly 6 feet long. The rocks used would each weigh at least 200 pounds. No human could have moved them alone, let alone arranged them with such precision in the dark. Things got more intense after that. Every night, more structures would appear. The tool arrangements became more complex. One morning I found them arranged in a perfect spiral pattern, each tool exactly 8 inches from the next. The sounds got closer to my camp. One night around 3 a.m., the thumping was so close I could feel the vibrations in my sleeping bag. I lay there, completely still, barely breathing. Something massive moved around my tent. The moonlight cast a shadow, something bipedal but huge. I heard deep, rhythmic breathing, unlike anything I've ever heard. The breaking point came in early August. I was checking trail markers about 2 miles from my camp when I heard rocks sliding behind me. I turned around and there it was, maybe 100 yards away. The same figure from the camera footage, but in broad daylight, at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark reddish-brown hair. But its eyes, they weren't animal eyes. There was intelligence there. It stood perfectly still, just watching me. I couldn't move. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it did something that still haunts me. It walked over to a nearby boulder, easily 300 pounds, and placed it deliberately on top of another rock, creating a perfect right angle. It looked back at me, made a low, melodic sound, almost like humming, then walked into the forest with shocking grace for something so large. I submitted all my documentation, the photos, casts, recordings, and video footage, to the Park Service. They conducted an investigation but couldn't explain it. The footprint casts were declared inconclusive. The video footage was too dark to make definitive conclusions. The stone formations were attributed to unknown human activity, despite being in areas completely off limits to visitors. I requested a transfer to front country maintenance after that. I still work at Yellowstone, but I don't do deep backcountry assignments anymore. Sometimes on quiet nights I can still hear those rhythmic sounds in the distance. The strange thing is, ever since that encounter, new geometric stone formations keep appearing in that area. The Park Service documents them but offers no explanations. I don't tell many people this story. Who would believe it? But I know what I saw. Whatever it wasn't just some undiscovered animal. The precision of those structures, the deliberate arrangements, the intelligence in those eyes. There's something out there in the remote parts of Yellowstone that defies explanation. Something that wants us to know it's there, but only on its own terms. The weirdest part? Those stone formations. They're still appearing, always with the same mathematical precision. And now, other trail workers have started reporting their tools being rearranged at night. Nobody goes into that part of the Kevlar region alone anymore. Some say they hear that rhythmic humming on quiet nights. I just tell them to make sure their tool containers are secured. Not that it matters. If it wants to arrange them, it will. Story 16. I've been a large animal veterinarian in rural Idaho for almost 7 years now, but what happened last October has completely changed how I view my late-night emergency calls. I still haven't told many people about this. Honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It started with subtle changes in my regular farm visits. I've always prided myself on knowing animal behavior. It's crucial in my line of work. You need to read their body language, understand their normal patterns. But around early October 2023, things started feeling off. The first incident I really noticed was during an emergency call to the Thompson farm, about 30 miles outside of Salmon. One of their horses was having colic symptoms, and I got the call around 11 p.m. The drive out there was normal enough. It's all back roads, mostly unpaved, cutting through dense forest before opening up to farmland. I know these routes like the back of my hand. You have to when you're the only vet covering such a large rural area. But that night, the horses in the paddock weren't just agitated because their herd mate was sick. They were all clustered in one corner of the field, as far from the tree line as possible, heads held high and nostrils flaring. I've seen horses spooked by coyotes or mountain lions before. This was different. They wouldn't settle even after I'd been there for an hour, treating the colicky mare. I remember checking my watch. It was around 12:30 a.m. when I noticed the total silence. If you've spent any time in rural areas at night, you know there's always some ambient noise. Crickets, distant coyotes, the rustle of small animals. But there was nothing. Just this oppressive quiet that made the hair on my neck stand up. I tried to focus on my patient, but I kept getting this feeling of being watched. You know that sensation when someone's staring at you? It was like that, but more intense. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder at the tree line about 200 yards away, but between the darkness and the light rain, I couldn't see much beyond my truck's headlights. That was just the beginning. Over the next 2 weeks, I noticed similar patterns during my night calls. The miller's dairy cows refused to enter their barn one night, just stood outside in the rain, all facing the same direction toward the woods. The usually aggressive guard dogs at the Peterson place were huddled together in their kennel, whining. Each time that same unnatural silence fell over the area. Then I started noticing things around my truck. After a late-night call to check on a pregnant heifer, I found weird scuff marks in the mud near my driver's side door, way too high up to be from the cattle. Another time, I could have sworn I saw something large moving parallel to my truck as I drove between farms, just at the edge of my headlight's reach. But every time I slowed down or stopped, there was nothing there. The local farmers had stories too. Mike Davidson mentioned his cattle were acting skittish for weeks, bunching up at night when they'd normally be spread out grazing. Sarah Jenkins found some strange tracks near her chicken coop. Way too big for a bear, she said, and shaped all wrong. But it was the night of October 27th when everything came to a head. We'd been having unusually heavy rains, and I got an urgent call from the Williams family around 10 p.m. They had a sheep that had gotten caught in some fencing near their back pasture about a quarter-mile from their house. The rain was coming down in sheets, and the dirt road to their place was practically mud soup. I almost got stuck twice before I made it to their property. The Williams' teenage son met me at the house with a flashlight and pointed me toward where they'd last seen the sheep. He offered to come with me, but given the weather and how late it was, I told him to stay put. I'd done plenty of solo night calls before. I grabbed my medical bag and headed out, using my heavy-duty flashlight to navigate the slippery path. The first thing that hit me was that smell. I'd caught whiffs of it before during other night calls that month. This pungent, musky odor that wasn't quite like anything I'd encountered before. But this time it was overwhelming. Sort of like wet dog mixed with something rotting but more wild. The rain should have dampened any smells, but this cut right through it. I found the sheep about where they said it would be, tangled in the fence near a dense stand of trees. As I got closer, I realized something wasn't right. The sheep was absolutely terrified. Not just normal stuck in a fence panic, but pure fear. Its eyes were rolling back, showing white, and it was making this awful choking sound as it tried to bleat. That's when I heard it. A deep, rumbling sound from the trees behind me. Not quite a growl, but definitely not any wildlife I was familiar with. The sheep went completely still. I slowly turned around, sweeping my flashlight toward the sound. The beam caught something that made my blood run cold. About 40 yards away, partially hidden behind a thick pine trunk, was something massive. My first thought was bear, but even the biggest grizzly wouldn't be that tall. Whatever it was had to be at least 8 feet high, with broad shoulders and dark matted fur that was dripping from the rain. But it was the eyes that got me. They caught the flashlight and reflected back this deep, reddish-orange color, much higher off the ground than any bear's would be. I'm not embarrassed to admit I completely froze. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. We just stood there, staring at each other through the rain. Then it shifted slightly, and I caught a better glimpse of its face. It was almost human-like, but not quite. The brow ridge was massive, and the jaw was too prominent, but there was an intelligence in those eyes that made it even more terrifying. The spell broke when my flashlight flickered, just for a split second, but it was enough. The creature moved with shocking speed for its size, not away from me, but toward me. I dropped everything, my medical bag, the flashlight, everything, and ran. I've never run so fast in my life. I could hear it behind me, this combination of heavy footfalls and cracking branches. The sound was getting closer. I reached my truck and practically dove inside, fumbling with my keys. As I started the engine and threw it into reverse, my headlights illuminated the creature at the edge of their reach. For just a moment I got a clear look at it, standing fully upright, easily twice the height of my truck's hood. Then I was backing up, tires spraying mud, before spinning around and getting the hell out of there. I called the Williams family once I was safely on the main road, telling them I'd had an emergency call and would come back in the morning for their sheep. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I'd seen. The next day, in the light of morning, I went back with Mr. Williams. The sheep was gone, fence and all, leaving behind a twisted mess of wire and broken posts. We found my medical bag and flashlight, but when I checked my phone and camera later, Every photo I'd taken that night was corrupted. Just abstract shapes and weird colors. The strange things stopped after that night. The animals went back to normal, the oppressive silence lifted, and that weird smell disappeared. Part of me wants to believe it was all just stress and bad weather playing tricks on my mind. But I know what I saw. I've treated bears, moose, elk, every large animal you can find in Idaho. This was something else entirely. I still do night calls. I have to. It's part of the job. But I don't linger anymore, and I always check my mirrors on those dark back roads. Sometimes, when I'm driving between farms on moonless nights, I catch myself scanning the tree line, wondering if those eyes are watching me again. The rational part of my brain tries to explain it away, but deep down, I know the truth. Something's out there in the Idaho wilderness, something that shouldn't exist. And somehow, knowing it's real is worse than any ghost story. I went back to the Williams place a few times after that night, trying to find any evidence, tracks, fur, anything. The rain had washed most everything away, but I did find one thing. A single footprint in some dried mud under a pine tree, partially protected from the rain. It was huge, easily 16 inches long, with 5 distinct toes. I took photos, but like all the others from that period, they came out corrupted. Maybe that's for the best. Some things are harder to ignore when you have proof. These days, I keep a bigger flashlight in my truck, and I've installed some extra floodlights. I tell myself it's just for better visibility during night calls. But sometimes, when I'm parked at some remote farm at 2 a.m. treating a sick animal, I'll catch that familiar whiff of musky wild odor. And I know that somewhere out there in the darkness, something is watching, waiting, and remembering me just as clearly as I remember it. Story 17. It started in early June. I maintain about 40 hives on my 12-acre property, which backs up against the Wallowa-Whitman National Forest. The location is pretty remote. The nearest neighbor is about 3 miles away, and the closest town is Enterprise, about 15 miles west. I've always liked the solitude, and it's great for the bees. They have access to plenty of wildflowers and the forest's natural diversity. The first thing I noticed was that some of my hives had been moved. Not knocked over or damaged, carefully repositioned. I'm very particular about my hive placement. I mark their positions with stakes in the ground to ensure proper spacing and orientation. That morning, 5 of my hives had been shifted about 2 feet to the east, perfectly aligned with each other. The weird part? The bees were completely calm. Anyone who works with bees knows that disturbing a hive usually agitates them, but these colonies were acting like nothing had happened. I checked the hives thoroughly, expecting to find damage or missing honey frames. Instead, I found something even stranger. The frames had been reorganized. Normally, bees arrange their hive in a specific way, brood in the center, surrounded by pollen, with honey stored on the outer frames. Some of my hives had been completely reorganized, but in a way that actually seemed more efficient. The brood patterns were more concentrated, and the honey stores were more evenly distributed. I blamed it on vandals at first, but that didn't make sense. Who would break into an apiary just to reorganize beehives? And how did they do it without getting stung? I've been working with bees for years, and I still get stung even with full protective gear. These hives had been handled by someone, or something, without any sign of the bees defending themselves. Over the next few weeks, it happened 3 more times. Always at night, always with the same careful reorganization. I started finding strange prints in the mud around the hives, huge, human-like footprints, about 16 inches long and 7 inches wide. I took photos and measurements, but I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. That's when I decided to set up surveillance. I bought 4 trail cameras with night vision and infrared capabilities, positioning them around the apiary. I also set up a digital audio recorder, thinking it might catch something the cameras missed. Part of me felt ridiculous. I was a practical person, not some cryptozoology enthusiast, but I needed answers. The first few nights captured nothing unusual. Then, on June 28th, everything changed. I remember the date clearly because it was the night before I was supposed to harvest honey from several hives. The temperature was in the mid-50s, typical for a summer night in the Wallowas. Around 2:15 a.m., the cameras captured something that still makes my hair stand on end when I think about it. The footage shows a massive figure emerging from the tree line. It was easily 8 feet tall, covered in dark, thick hair. But what struck me wasn't its size, it was how it moved. This thing approached my hives with what I can only describe as deliberate care. Its movements were slow, calculated, almost gentle. The infrared footage isn't crystal clear, but you can see its massive hands delicately lifting entire hive boxes, adjusting them with a precision that seemed impossible for its size. The audio recording from that night is what really got to me. About 10 minutes before the figure appeared, there was this low, rhythmic humming, almost like someone singing very deeply, but not quite human. The strange thing was how my bees responded. Normally at night, you hear a gentle buzz from the hives, the workers maintaining temperature and ventilation. But when this humming started, the buzz changed. It became synchronized with the humming, almost like the colonies were responding to it. I watched in disbelief as this creature spent nearly 45 minutes methodically working through my hives. It would pause at each one, emit that strange humming, and then carefully adjust the boxes and frames. The bees never showed any sign of agitation. In fact, they seemed to be drawn to it. In the infrared footage, you can actually see swarms of bees flying around the figure, but not aggressively, more like they were curious or attracted to its presence. The changes to my hives became more pronounced after that night. The honey production patterns shifted dramatically. Hives that had been struggling suddenly became my strongest producers. The brood patterns were the healthiest I'd ever seen, and the colonies seemed more resistant to common problems like varroa mites. Word got around to other beekeepers in the area. At first I was hesitant to share what I'd seen, but then others started reporting similar experiences. 2 apiaries about 20 miles north of me reported their hives being reorganized. Another beekeeper recorded the same humming sound on their game camera. The last visit happened on September 12th. By then, I'd upgraded my surveillance equipment and was ready. But something felt different that night. The creature seemed to know it was being watched. It stood at the edge of the forest for several minutes, just staring toward my house. Then it made this sound. Not the gentle humming from before, but a long, deep vocalization that made my chest vibrate, even though I was watching from inside. The bees in every single hive took flight at once, creating this massive swarm that swirled around the apiary. When they settled back down, the creature was gone. It never returned after that. The footage and audio I captured that summer have been analyzed by several experts. The footprint casts I made are still sitting in my workshop. The honey production data from those hives shows inexplicable patterns that even experienced beekeepers can't explain. But the most convincing evidence to me is how my bees changed. Even now, my colonies seem different. They're calmer, more productive, and show unusual levels of cooperation between hives. The frameworks left behind by whatever visited that summer have created some of the healthiest colonies I've ever seen. I've been keeping bees long enough to know that this isn't normal. I don't expect everyone to believe my story. Hell, some days I have trouble believing it myself. But I know what I saw, and I have the evidence to prove something extraordinary happened in my apiary. Whatever it was seemed to have an understanding of bee behavior that surpassed even my years of experience. It wasn't destructive or threatening. If anything, it seemed to be helping. The whole experience has changed how I view the wilderness around my property. Sometimes, when I'm working with my hives, I still get the feeling I'm being watched from the tree line. The bees will suddenly go quiet, and that familiar shiver runs down my spine. I've learned to pay attention to these moments. There's something out there that understands these insects better than we do, and for whatever reason, it chose my apiary to demonstrate that knowledge. I've kept detailed records of everything: the hive changes, production data, temperature logs, and behavioral observations. If anyone else has experienced something similar with their hives, I'd be interested in comparing notes. There's something both terrifying and fascinating about knowing that we might not be the only ones who've learned to work with bees. Story 18. On October 12, 2023, I was conducting my usual field research near Mount Mitchell in North Carolina. The weather was unusually warm for October, around 65 degrees Fahrenheit, with a light breeze and partial cloud cover. I'd been working in this particular area for about 3 months, documenting the distribution patterns of endangered medicinal plants used historically by the Cherokee people. Everything started normally enough. I parked my Subaru at the Devil's Courthouse parking area around 7 a.m. and hiked about 4 miles into my research zone. The location was pretty remote. The nearest town, Brevard, was about 30 miles away. I'd chosen this specific area because satellite imagery had shown some interesting vegetation patterns that didn't quite match the expected natural distribution. The first thing that struck me as odd that morning was the unusual arrangement of black cohosh, Actia racemosa, I found. In my entire career, I'd never seen anything like it. The plants were growing in what appeared to be deliberate rows, about 3 feet apart with consistent spacing. At first I thought maybe it was remnants of an old Native American cultivation site, but these plants were young, maybe 2 or 3 years old at most. Around noon, I noticed something else strange. The Blue Ridge Mountains are usually alive with bird sounds, but there was this pocket of absolute silence in a roughly circular area about 200 yards in diameter. Even the wind seemed to die down there. I've been in the woods my entire professional life, and when things go quiet, it usually means a predator is nearby. But this was different. It felt more deliberate. As I was taking soil samples near the Black Cohosh site, I picked up this overwhelming smell. It's hard to describe, like a mix between wet dog, rotting vegetation, and something musky. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I've encountered bears before, but this wasn't a bear smell. It was something else entirely. Then I found the footprints. They were pressed deep into the soft soil near a patch of bloodroot, Sanguinaria canadensis, another medicinal plant that was growing in an unnaturally organized pattern. The prints were human-like but massive, easily 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length between prints was about 6 feet. I'm a scientist. I don't jump to conclusions, but I couldn't explain this. I took out my iPhone 13 Pro and tried to photograph them, but every single picture came out blurry or had weird light artifacts, even though my hands were steady and the lighting was good. I spent the afternoon documenting more unusual plant arrangements. I found golden seal, blue cardinal flower, and wild ginger, all plants with traditional medicinal uses, growing in these bizarre, intentional-looking patterns. None of this made any sense. These plants typically grow in scattered patterns, but here they were, arranged like someone's garden. But who would or could maintain a garden 4 miles deep in some of the most rugged terrain in the Appalachians? As dusk approached, I decided to stay later than usual. It was the night of the full moon, and I wanted to set up my trail cameras to monitor any nighttime activity. I found a spot about 50 yards from the main plant site, behind some mountain laurel bushes. The temperature had dropped to about 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and I pulled on my down jacket and settled in with my thermal binoculars. Around 9:30 p.m. it happened. The silence fell again, that unnatural quiet that makes your skin crawl. Then I heard it. Heavy footsteps, but not like a bear or deer. These were bipedal, with a distinct pattern of movement that reminded me of human walking, but bigger. The sound of branches snapping echoed through the darkness, not like when they break under your feet, but like when you deliberately snap a branch with your hands. Through my thermal binoculars, I saw it. The figure was enormous, I estimate at least 8 feet tall. It moved with an eerily human-like grace, stopping at each plant cluster. I watched, frozen in place, as it actually tended to the plants, removing dead leaves, checking the soil, even what appeared to be careful pruning. Its movements were deliberate and knowledgeable. This wasn't random animal behavior. My scientific mind was screaming that this couldn't be real, but my eyes were telling me something else entirely. The figure had massive, broad shoulders, long arms, and was covered in what appeared to be thick hair or fur. Its head was somewhat conical, sitting directly on the shoulders with hardly any visible neck. I tried to document what I was seeing. My iPhone camera either wouldn't focus or showed only black frames. My professional Canon DSLR produced images that were completely corrupted, just pixelated masses of darkness with weird light artifacts. The trail cameras I'd set up, when I checked them later, they'd all malfunctioned, showing nothing but static. The creature spent about 45 minutes tending to the plants. Then it did something that still haunts me. It stopped, stood completely still, and slowly turned its head in my direction. I'm certain it knew I was there the entire time. The thermal binoculars showed two eyes reflecting back at me, and I felt a wave of something. Not exactly fear, but an overwhelming sense of being in the presence of something ancient and intelligent. Then it made a sound, not the wild howl you hear about in Bigfoot stories, but a low, rumbling vocalization that seemed to resonate in my chest. It was almost like a whale song, but deeper, more terrestrial. The sound lasted about 10 seconds, and then the figure simply turned and walked away into the forest, its footsteps gradually fading until they were gone. I waited another hour before I dared to move. When I finally got up, my legs were shaking so badly I could barely walk. I made it back to my car around 1 a.m., and I sat there for a long time, trying to process what I'd seen. I've returned to the site several times since then, during daylight hours. The plants are still there, still growing in their unusual patterns. Sometimes they show signs of recent care, fresh pruning, cleared debris, but I've never seen the figure again. The footprints appear occasionally, always near the plant clusters, always impossibly large and deep. I've spent months trying to rationalize what I saw. I've gone through every possible explanation. Bears, other researchers, local farmers, elaborate hoaxes, none of them fit. What I saw that night was real, and it was tending to those plants with knowledge and purpose. I'm a scientist. I deal in facts, data, and peer-reviewed evidence. But I also know what I saw. Something is out there in the Blue Ridge Mountains, something that understands the medicinal properties of these plants and is actively cultivating them. Every attempt I've made to document it scientifically has failed. It's like the phenomenon actively resists being recorded. This experience has changed how I view my work and, honestly, how I view the world. There are things in these mountains that defy our current understanding of what's possible. I continue my research, but now with a different perspective. Every time I'm in the field, I feel eyes on me. Not threatening, but watching, evaluating. And sometimes, when I'm documenting plants in remote areas, I'll catch that distinctive musky smell on the breeze, and I know I'm not alone out there. Story 19. I need to share something that happened to me last year while working as a powerline maintenance technician in Mason County, Washington. I've been in this field for over 15 years, but nothing in my career prepared me for what I encountered in those remote sections of the Olympic National Forest. It started in late October 2021. I was doing routine checks on a series of transmission towers that run through some pretty isolated territory, about 27 miles northwest of Shelton. The weather had been unusually cold that fall, with frequent fog and light rain, typical Pacific Northwest stuff. What wasn't typical were the damages I started finding. That first morning, I arrived at Tower 47B around 6:30 a.m. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and the fog was thick enough that I needed my heavy-duty flashlight, even though dawn was breaking. The first thing that caught my attention was the unusual silence. I've worked these lines for years, and you get used to the normal forest sounds. Birds, small animals, the wind in the trees. But that morning, everything was dead quiet. As I approached the tower base, I noticed something was off with the ground equipment. The protective metal housing for our monitoring equipment had been dented inward, like something had struck it with tremendous force. This wasn't normal wear and tear or storm damage. I'd seen plenty of that. The metal was warped in a way that would have required thousands of pounds of force. What really got to me were the marks. They looked like knuckle impressions in the metal. I started documenting everything with my phone, which is standard procedure for any damage we find. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were pressed deep into the mud around the tower base, each one easily 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length between them was massive, probably around 6 feet. I've seen bear tracks plenty of times, but these were clearly foot-shaped, with 5 distinct toes. The really strange part was how these prints seemed to circle the tower methodically, as if whatever made them was examining the structure. I found clumps of coarse, dark hair snagged on some of the lower cross members of the tower. They were thick, almost like horsehair, but darker and with a strange reddish tint I'd never seen before. Over the next few weeks, Similar damage started appearing at other towers along the line. Each time our security cameras would mysteriously fail during the incidents. I'm talking about heavy-duty, weather-resistant equipment designed to work in extreme conditions, suddenly going dark or recording nothing but static. Even more puzzling, these failures would occur in patterns, moving from tower to tower in a clear direction, always at night. The weirdest incident happened on November 12th. I was doing a late inspection because we'd had multiple power fluctuations reported in the area. It was around 5:30 p.m., already dark. The temperature was in the low 40s, and there was this thick ground fog making visibility terrible. I parked my truck at the service road and hiked into Tower 45A with my gear. About 200 yards from the tower, I started smelling this overwhelming odor, like a mix of wet dog and rotting vegetation, but much stronger than anything I'd encountered before. My handheld voltage detector started giving erratic readings, which made no sense given the distance from the lines. That's when I heard it, a deep, rumbling sound that I first thought was distant thunder. But it continued, rising and falling in a pattern that felt almost like speech, but at a frequency so low it made my chest vibrate. Then came the wood knocks. 3 distinct sounds like someone hitting a tree with a baseball bat, but much louder. They came from different directions, as if something was surrounding my position. I raised my flashlight toward the tower and nearly dropped it. There, behind the structure, I saw a massive dark figure moving with deliberate care around the base. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a bulk that made it look almost twice as wide as a large man. The way it moved was what struck me most. Not like a bear or any animal I'd ever seen. It moved with purpose, almost methodically, carefully avoiding contact with any of the high-voltage equipment. What happened next still gives me nightmares. The figure suddenly stopped and turned directly toward me. Even through the fog, I could see the eyes reflecting my flashlight beam. They glowed a deep amber color. The creature made this sound, not a roar or a growl, but almost like a deep, resonant humming that seemed to fill the entire clearing. Every hair on my body stood on end, and my flashlight started flickering uncontrollably. I'd love to say I stood my ground or tried to document it, but instinct took over. I turned and ran back to my truck as fast as I could. The whole way, I could hear heavy footsteps paralleling my path through the woods, staying just out of sight. The humming sound continued, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. When I reached my truck, every warning light on the dashboard was flashing, and the engine wouldn't start at first. It took 3 tries before it finally turned over, and as I was pulling away, I saw something massive move across the road about 50 yards ahead, disappearing into the forest on the other side. The company investigated, of course. They found the same massive footprints, more hair samples, which mysteriously disappeared from the lab that was supposed to analyze them, and documented the damage to the equipment. The official report blamed it on vandalism and bears, but that doesn't explain the pattern of equipment failures or the systematic way the damage occurred. Over the next few months, we installed more cameras and motion sensors, but they would invariably fail whenever similar incidents occurred. The damages continued sporadically until February 2022, then suddenly stopped. The last incident left behind a clear handprint in the mud, 21 inches from palm to fingertip. What really keeps me up at night isn't just what I saw, it's the intelligence behind it. Whatever this creature was, it understood enough about electrical infrastructure to deliberately avoid direct contact with high-voltage equipment while still managing to damage our monitoring systems. It seemed to know exactly where our blind spots were and how to move without being clearly recorded. I still work the same area, but I never go out to those remote towers alone anymore. Sometimes, especially on foggy evenings, I'll hear that deep humming sound in the distance. The locals have started joking about our electrician Bigfoot, but they don't think it's funny when their power flickers on quiet nights. I've started keeping a detailed log of every incident, but even now, months later, I can't explain what I encountered out there. All I know is that something intelligent enough to understand our technology, but not quite human, is still out there in those woods. The hair samples, footprint casts, and most of my photos have all either disappeared or been explained away by various experts. But I know what I saw. And sometimes, when I'm checking those remote towers, I still find fresh footprints and catch that distinct odor on the wind. Whatever it is, it's still out there, watching, learning, and staying just beyond the reach of our cameras and sensors. Story 20. What I encountered during my research trip to northern Nevada in September 2022 completely changed my understanding of what's possible. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake. The site was about 40 miles northeast of Elko, in a remote area of the Ruby Mountains. I'd been mapping a series of previously undocumented limestone caves for my research on Pleistocene mineral deposits. The location was perfect, isolated enough to work without interruption, but still accessible by my modified 4x4 Tacoma. The nearest town was Wells, about an hour's drive away, where I'd been staying at a small motel. September 15th started like any other field day. I arrived at the site around 7 a.m., just as the sun was starting to illuminate the rocky slopes. The weather was clear, around 55 degrees Fahrenheit, with a slight breeze, perfect conditions for cave work. I'd been studying this particular system for about 2 weeks, and everything had been completely normal up until that point. I had my usual gear, helmet with LED lights, backup flashlights, sample collection tools, GPS unit, motion-activated trail cameras for documenting any wildlife activity that might affect the site, and my laptop for data logging. The cave system consisted of 3 main chambers connected by narrow passages, with the largest chamber extending about 200 feet into the mountainside. What first caught my attention were the unusual scratch marks on the cave walls. As a geologist, I'm trained to recognize various types of natural weathering patterns, but these were different. They appeared to be deliberate, running in parallel sets of 3 or 4, about 7, 8 feet up the wall. Initially, I assumed they were from bears, but the height and pattern didn't match any bear markings I'd ever seen. Around 10 a.m., I was setting up my sampling station in the second chamber when I noticed something odd about my equipment from the previous day. All my sample bags had been moved, not scattered like an animal would do, but deliberately reorganized into a geometric pattern, a rough circle, with the larger samples on the outside and smaller ones forming an inner ring. I figured maybe I'd absent-mindedly arranged them that way the day before and forgotten about it, though it didn't seem like something I'd do. The first real signs that something was wrong came around noon. I was deep in the third chamber, photographing some unusual mineral formations, when all the bats suddenly went silent. If you've worked in caves, you know there's always some ambient noise, water dripping, bats chittering, the occasional rock shifting. But this was different. It was like someone had hit a mute button. The silence was so complete it made my ears ring. Then came the smell. Anyone who's worked in caves knows their usual smells: damp rock, bat guano, stagnant air. This was completely different. It was a powerful, musky odor, like wet dog mixed with something rotting but more primal. It made my nose burn and triggered some deep, instinctive response that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I heard what sounded like rocks shifting in the passage behind me, but much heavier than usual. Then came a sound I still have trouble describing, a low, rumbling vocalization that seemed to resonate through the entire cave. It wasn't a growl or a roar, but something in between, with an almost human quality that made it even more terrifying. My first instinct was to shut off my headlamp. In retrospect, it was probably just an instinctive response to hide, but it turned out to be a good decision. In the darkness, I could hear whatever it was moving through the passage. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, and incredibly heavy. Each one sent small vibrations through the rock floor. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to control my breathing, which seemed deafening in the silence. As the footsteps got closer, I could hear something else, a rasping sound, like coarse hair brushing against the cave walls. Whatever this was, it was huge. Then I saw it, or rather, its shadow. One of my backup lights had fallen from my pack earlier, and it was still on, pointing at the cave wall. A massive silhouette moved across that dim light. The shape was vaguely humanoid but huge, at least 8 feet tall, with massive shoulders and long arms. The head appeared to sit directly on the shoulders, with no discernible neck. I stood there completely frozen, as this thing moved past my position. The musky smell became overwhelming, and I had to fight the urge to gag. I could hear it breathing, deep, rhythmic breaths that sounded almost like a large bellows. It stopped about 15 feet from where I was hidden. In the dim reflection from my dropped light, I could see it examining my sampling equipment. What happened next still haunts me. It started carefully picking up my samples and arranging them, not randomly, but in specific patterns, similar to how I'd found them that morning. The level of deliberate, conscious action was terrifying. This wasn't animal behavior. I must have stood there for at least 20 minutes, barely breathing, while this thing methodically reorganized my equipment. Then it did something that nearly made my heart stop. It picked up one of my trail cameras. I could hear it turning the device over in its hands, examining it. Then, with surprising gentleness, it placed it facing a different direction, pointing toward where I had been working. The creature then moved deeper into the cave, its footsteps gradually fading until I could no longer hear them. I waited another 30 minutes before I dared to move. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely walk. I grabbed only my essential equipment and got out of there as fast as I could while trying to stay quiet. When I reached my truck, I nearly broke the key trying to get it started. As I was pulling away, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw something that made my blood run cold. A large, dark figure standing at the cave entrance, partially hidden by shadows. It was just watching. Later that evening, after I'd calmed down somewhat, I checked the footage from my trail cameras. Most of it was useless, just blurry shadows and strange movements. But one camera had captured something that still gives me nightmares. For just a few frames, you can see an enormous hair-covered arm reaching for the camera. The fur appears to be a dark reddish-brown, and the hand looks almost human-like but massive, with opposable thumbs and what appear to be tool-using capabilities. Over the next few days, I forced myself to return to the site, during daylight hours only, to collect my remaining equipment. Each time I found my materials reorganized into different patterns. I also discovered something else, crude tools made from local stones, showing signs of deliberate shaping and wear patterns consistent with use. Some appeared quite old, while others seemed more recently made. The most disturbing discovery was a series of drawings I found deeper in the cave system. They were simple, but unmistakably intentional. Geometric patterns similar to how my samples had been arranged, etched into the cave walls with some kind of tool. Some were covered with mineral deposits, suggesting they were quite old, while others appeared to have been made recently. I've spent months trying to rationalize what I experienced. I've read every paper I could find on local wildlife, consulted with zoologists, and even reached out to some researchers who study primate behavior. None of their explanations fit what I encountered. The deliberate tool use, the patterns, the obvious intelligence behind the actions, it all points to something that shouldn't exist, but clearly does. I never filed an official report. Who would believe me? A respected geologist claiming to have encountered some kind of intelligent tool-using giant hominid in the caves of Nevada? It would be career suicide. But I know what I saw, what I heard, and what I smelled. That creature was real, and it was far more intelligent than any known animal. I've since learned that local Native American tribes have stories about large humanoid creatures living in these mountains, and there have been other sightings in the area over the years. I've also discovered that several other researchers have had equipment mysteriously moved or rearranged in caves throughout the region, though none have reported direct encounters. The most unsettling part? Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it was studying me just as much as I was studying those caves. The way it deliberately repositioned that camera, the careful arrangement of my samples, it seemed less like animal curiosity and more like research. Like it was conducting its own investigation of the strange creature that had wandered into its domain. I haven't been back to those caves since collecting my equipment, and I've shifted my research to other areas. But I can't stop thinking about what's out there, living in those remote mountains, watching and waiting. Sometimes when I'm working in other cave systems, I catch myself listening for those heavy footsteps or that distinctive smell. And every time I set up my equipment, I wonder if I'll return to find it carefully rearranged in those same mysterious patterns. Story 21. I still struggle to make sense of what happened to me last fall in northern Wisconsin. I've been a wildlife photographer for over 15 years, specializing in white-tailed deer behavior and migration patterns. What I experienced during my time in the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest has completely changed my perspective on what exists in our forests. It was early October 2023, and I'd set up my usual observation post about 30 miles northeast of Park Falls, Wisconsin. I'd been tracking a particularly large herd of deer in the area for the past 3 seasons, documenting their behavioral patterns during the pre-rut period. The spot was perfect, remote enough to avoid human interference, but accessible enough for me to haul my camera gear through about 2 miles of dense forest. The first strange incident started happening during my evening shoots. I'd noticed the deer were acting differently than in previous years. Normally, they'd follow predictable patterns, feeding in the clearings during the golden hour before sunset. But now, they seemed more alert, frequently raising their heads and freezing in place for long periods. At first, I attributed this to increased predator activity, maybe wolves or bears in the area. On October 12th, everything changed. I arrived at my spot around 3:30 p.m. to set up my equipment. I had my usual gear, Canon R5 with a 600mm lens, 2 GoPros for wider coverage, and several trail cams I'd positioned in the surrounding area. The temperature was around 48 degrees Fahrenheit, with a light breeze from the northwest. Perfect conditions for photography. Around sunset, I started noticing equipment malfunctions. My fully charged camera battery died within an hour, something that had never happened before. When I switched to my backup, it too drained unusually quickly. My GoPros were showing similar issues, powering down randomly despite having fresh batteries. But what really got to me were the sounds. As a wildlife photographer, I'm familiar with pretty much every animal sound in these woods. That evening, I heard something that made the hair on my neck stand up. It started as a low, rumbling sound, almost below what I could hear, but I could feel it in my chest. Then it transformed into this weird vocalization. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream, but something in between. It lasted for about 45 seconds, and during that time, every single deer in the area went completely still. I checked my audio recorder later. Thank God it was still working, and the sound was there, but it seemed distorted, like the equipment couldn't quite capture its full range. The frequency analysis showed components that went both above and below normal animal vocalizations. The next day, I arrived earlier to investigate the area in daylight. That's when I found the structures. About 200 yards from my observation point, there was this complex arrangement of broken branches and small trees. When I say complex, I mean these weren't just random fallen branches. They were deliberately woven together, creating what looked like a crude shelter or marker of some kind. Some of the branches used were too high up for a person to reach without equipment, and too thick for anything smaller than a bear to break. Except these weren't broken by brute force. They were twisted, almost braided together. Then I found the prints. They were partially obscured in the leaf litter, but unmistakable once I started looking. The largest one measured 16.5 inches long and about 8 inches wide. I'm no expert in primatology, but I know enough to realize this wasn't from any known animal in Wisconsin. I took photos and measurements, using my lens cap for scale. But the real encounter happened that night. I'd set up my equipment again, this time with fresh batteries and backup power banks. The deer started appearing around 6 p.m., but their behavior was even more unusual. Instead of their normal feeding patterns, they seemed to be gathering in one area, almost like they were waiting for something. Around 7:15 p.m., in the dying light, I started hearing heavy footsteps. Not like a deer or bear, these were bipedal, with a distinct rhythm that sent chills down my spine. My camera's autofocus started going crazy, constantly searching and refocusing on nothing. The air temperature dropped noticeably, and there was this smell, hard to describe, but kind of like wet dog mixed with something musty and organic. Through my viewfinder, I saw something move at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was shadow play from the trees, but then it moved again. What I saw next will stay with me forever. A massive dark figure emerged partially from the tree line, staying in the shadows. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a bulk that made it look twice as wide as a large man. The craziest part, the deer didn't run. They actually moved toward it, like they were familiar with its presence. I managed to take a series of photos, but most came out blurry or underexposed. The few clear shots I got show something large and dark, but the details are frustratingly obscured by branches and shadows. The figure stayed for about 10 minutes, moving with an unnatural grace for something so large. It seemed to be communicating with the deer somehow, not vocally, but through body language. They would approach it, and it would reach out with what looked like enormously long arms, gently touching them. Then my equipment went completely dead. Every single device, cameras, audio recorders, everything, shut down simultaneously. The forest went dead silent, and I felt this overwhelming urge to leave. Not exactly fear, but a deep, primal understanding that I was in the presence of something beyond my comprehension. I packed up my gear as quietly as possible and left. The walk back to my car was the longest 2 miles of my life. I could hear something paralleling my path through the woods, staying just out of sight. The footsteps would stop when I stopped, start when I started. When I finally reached my car, I found fresh prints in the mud next to it, the same huge footprints I'd photographed earlier. I've been back to that spot a few times since then, but the activity seems to have moved on. The deer have returned to their normal patterns, and my equipment works fine now. But I did find more of those branch structures, creating what appears to be a trail leading deeper into the forest. The most frustrating part is my documentation. Most of my photos from that night are corrupted or severely distorted. The audio recordings contain the vocalizations, but they're distorted in a way that audio engineers I've consulted can't explain. The few clear photos I have don't show enough detail to be conclusive, though they clearly show something large and bipedal moving through the trees. I've spent my career documenting wildlife, priding myself on understanding animal behavior and patterns. But what I encountered that night doesn't fit into any known category. The way it moved, its apparent relationship with the deer, the impact on electronic equipment, it all suggests something far more complex than just an undiscovered animal. I'm not claiming to know what I encountered. I'm a photographer, not a cryptozoologist. But I know what I saw, what I recorded, and what I experienced. Something intelligent and unknown is living in those woods, something that has a complex relationship with the local wildlife and capabilities we don't understand. The prints I photographed and measured are still saved on my hard drive, along with the audio recordings and the few clear photos I managed to take. I've thought about sharing them publicly, but I know how these things go. People will claim they're faked or misidentified, but I know what I saw, and I know that our understanding of what exists in our forests is far from complete. Sometimes at night, I still hear those vocalizations in my dreams, that deep, resonant sound that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my chest. And I wonder if somewhere in the forests of northern Wisconsin, that creature is still there, quietly coexisting with the wildlife, just beyond the reach of our understanding. Story 22. It started in early May 2021. I was setting up a new research site about 40 miles outside of Juneau, tracking the spring migration patterns of several species, particularly varied thrushes and Townsend's warblers. I had all the usual equipment, motion-triggered cameras, audio recorders, and my personal observation gear. The first week was completely normal. I'd established 5 observation points across a 3-mile radius, each equipped with automated recording devices and trail cams. The weather was typical for spring in southeast Alaska, mostly overcast, temperatures in the mid-40s with occasional light rain. I'd chosen this particular area because historical data showed it was a major stopover point for several migratory species. My base camp was set up near a small clearing, about half a mile from the nearest logging road. I had my tent, a small covered area for my equipment, and everything else I needed for extended field research. The first sign that something was wrong came about 10 days into the study. I started noticing a dramatic decrease in bird activity at all my observation points. At first I thought it might be weather-related. Birds often adjust their patterns based on atmospheric pressure changes. But the weather remained stable, and the decline continued. We're talking about going from hundreds of recorded bird calls per day to almost nothing. I checked my equipment repeatedly, thinking there must be some malfunction. Everything was working perfectly. The strange thing was, I could see birds flying overhead, but they were actively avoiding my observation areas. In 15 years of field research, I'd never seen anything like it. Birds don't just collectively decide to abandon established feeding and resting areas without a reason. That's when I started noticing other things. My trail cameras were picking up strange movements at night. Most of the images were just blurs, like something large moving past too quickly for the camera to focus. I initially dismissed these as deer or maybe black bears, which are common in the area, but then I started finding the tracks. I'm familiar with local wildlife. These prints were different, much larger than any bear track I'd ever seen, and the stride length was massive. I found them most often along the paths I used to move between observation points. What really unnerved me was how they seemed to parallel my own trails, like something had been walking alongside my usual routes, just inside the tree line. The audio recordings were what really started to get to me. My equipment is designed to capture bird calls across a wide frequency range. During my nightly reviews of the day's recordings, I started picking up these vocalizations. They were mostly at the lower end of the audio spectrum, almost infrasonic. Whatever was making these sounds was powerful enough to register on my equipment from significant distances. The calls didn't match any known wildlife in the area. They were too structured, almost like they had a pattern to them. But what really shook me was how the birds were responding to these sounds. In the recordings, you could hear complete silence fall over the forest, followed by these low frequencies, and then the birds would start up again with alarm calls. This happened consistently across different observation points at different times of day. One morning, I was at my furthest observation point, about 2 miles from base camp. It was around 5:30 a.m., prime time for bird activity, but the forest was dead silent. That's when I smelled it. This overwhelming, musty odor, like wet fur mixed with something rotting. The smell was so strong it made my eyes water. Then I heard heavy footsteps behind me, but not like a bear or moose. The rhythm was all wrong, too bipedal. I'm not ashamed to admit I froze. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. The footsteps got closer, and I could hear branches snapping under significant weight. That's when I heard it breathe. This deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from something with massive lung capacity. I still hadn't turned around. I was terrified of what I might see. The breathing continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then there was this low vocalization. Not quite a growl, not quite a hum, but something in between. It was similar to what I'd picked up on my recordings, but being there in person, the sound went right through me. I could feel it in my chest. When I finally got the courage to turn around, all I saw was movement in the trees about 50 yards away. Whatever it was huge, at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. The vegetation was thick, but I could make out a dark, massive figure moving through the forest with surprising agility for its size. The way it moved. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever seen. I grabbed my gear and got out of there as fast as I could. Back at camp, I found my equipment storage area had been disturbed. Nothing was broken, but things had definitely been moved around, examined. My trail cameras had been turned slightly, like something had been looking at them. The crazy thing is, this thing seemed to understand what my equipment was for. Over the next few days, I started finding my observation points systematically dismantled. Not destroyed, dismantled. Cameras would be carefully removed from their mounts and placed on the ground. Audio recorders would be turned off. It was like whatever this was didn't want to be recorded. The final straw came when I found one of my notebooks outside my tent one morning. I always kept them inside, but this one had been taken out and laid open to the pages where I'd sketched my observation point locations. There were these huge fingerprints in the dirt on the pages. Definitely not human, definitely not bear. I packed up and left the next day. I told my department there was an equipment malfunction and shifted my research to a different location. I still have all the recordings and photos, but most of them just show blurry movement or capture those strange vocalizations. The clearest evidence I have is a plaster cast I made of one of the tracks. 22 inches long, with distinct anatomical features that don't match any known species. Looking back, I don't think it was ever trying to threaten me. It seemed more interested in understanding what I was doing there, the way it examined my equipment, followed my research patterns, and seemed to deliberately avoid being documented. It showed an intelligence that still haunts me. I haven't gone back to that particular area, but I've completely changed how I approach my research now. I'm more aware of how my presence affects the ecosystem I'm studying. Sometimes I catch myself listening for those deep vocalizations in other forests, but I've never heard anything like it since. The birds eventually returned to that area. I know because I've checked the historical data since then, but I can't explain why they all abandoned it at once, or what could have caused such a coordinated response across multiple species. In all my years of research, I've never been able to explain what I encountered out there. I still do field research, but never alone anymore, and I pay much more attention to when the forest goes quiet. Sometimes silence tells you more than any amount of data ever could. Story 23. I've been a park ranger at Bitterroot National Forest in Montana for almost 15 years now, but what I experienced last year still keeps me up at night sometimes. I'm finally sharing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has seen something similar. It all started in early March 2022. Spring was just beginning to show, and the snow was starting to melt in patches. I was doing my usual patrol route through the more remote western section of my area, about 30 miles from Hamilton. The first thing that caught my attention was how organized the trash was. Now you have to understand, dealing with visitor garbage is a constant headache in my job. Usually it's scattered everywhere or stuffed behind logs and rocks. But that day, I found something different. There was this spot, about 2 miles from the nearest designated camping area, where I found all the trash from what looked like several days of visitor activity, neatly sorted into piles. Plastics in one pile, metal cans in another, paper products in a third. At first, I thought maybe we had some extremely conscientious hikers, but the location made no sense. This was way off any marked trail, in an area where we rarely get visitors. I radioed back to base about it, mostly because it was unusual, and packed out what I could. But over the next few weeks, I kept finding similar piles in different remote locations, always organized the same way, always in areas where people rarely go. I started marking the locations on my GPS, trying to establish a pattern. That's when I began noticing the footprints. I've tracked all kinds of wildlife in my career: bears, mountain lions, elk, you name it. These were different. They were human-like but massive, easily 18 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length was incredible, sometimes over 6 feet apart. I took photos and measurements, but every time I tried to use my phone or camera, the pictures would come out blurry or the device would just shut down. One night in late April, I was doing a night patrol because we'd had reports of illegal campers. The forest was unusually quiet. You know, that unnatural silence when all the usual night creatures just stop. I was about half a mile from one of the areas where I'd found the organized trash piles earlier that week. My flashlight started flickering, and my radio was giving off this weird static. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I got this overwhelming feeling of being watched. Then I heard it. At first, it sounded like someone dragging something heavy through the underbrush, but it was moving fast, too fast for a person. Then came this smell. Everyone describes it differently, but to me it was like a mix of wet dog, rotting vegetation, and something else I can't even describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I heard wood cracking, not like a small branch breaking, but like whole trees being pushed aside. Whatever was moving through the forest was huge. My flashlight died completely, and my backup wouldn't turn on. Even my truck's key fob wouldn't work. I stood there in the darkness, trying to control my breathing, listening to this thing move around me in a wide circle. That's when I heard the vocalization. It wasn't a bear's growl or an elk's bugle. It started as a low rumble that you could feel in your chest, then built into this incredible howl that seemed to go on forever. It was like nothing I'd ever heard in all my years in the forest. I'm not ashamed to admit I was terrified. I've faced down aggressive bears and mountain lions, but this was different. This felt intelligent. I slowly backed toward where I thought my truck was parked, using just the moonlight to guide me. The movement in the forest paralleled my path, always staying just out of sight. When I finally reached my truck, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine turned over on the third try, and my headlights revealed something massive, disappearing into the tree line, at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark fur, moving with an agility that shouldn't be possible for something that size. The next morning, I went back with 2 other rangers. We found massive tracks in the mud, similar to what I'd been documenting but deeper, like whatever made them had been carrying something heavy. There was also a fresh pile of sorted trash, plastic bottles, aluminum cans, and paper waste, each in their own neat stack. But what really got to me were the trees. Several young pines, each about 6 inches in diameter, had been snapped, not clawed or chewed like a bear would do, but physically broken about 8 feet up the trunk. Over the next few months, we installed wildlife cameras in the areas where I'd found the organized trash and tracks. Most of the time, they either didn't work or the batteries would drain inexplicably fast. But one camera, for just a few seconds, caught something. The footage shows a massive dark figure methodically picking up trash in the moonlight. It's sorting the items, just like the piles I'd found. The camera died immediately after, and when we retrieved it, the internal components were fried. Visitors started reporting strange experiences in the same areas. They'd talk about feeling watched, about their cameras and phones malfunctioning, about finding their scattered camp trash gathered into neat piles overnight. A few described hearing that same haunting howl I'd heard. One family showed me a video they'd taken from their campsite, just a few frames of something huge moving between the trees before their phone shut down completely. The frequency of incidents peaked in late summer and then gradually decreased. By October, the organized trash piles became less common, though we still occasionally find them in the most remote areas. The tracks still appear sometimes, usually after heavy rains when the ground is soft. I've worked in wilderness areas my entire adult life. I'm trained to observe and document natural phenomena, to look for logical explanations. But what I experienced that night, and what continued throughout that summer, defies any conventional explanation. Whatever is out there isn't just some undiscovered animal. It shows intelligence, purpose, and most bizarrely, some kind of environmental consciousness. I still patrol those areas, but I'm more cautious now, especially at night. Sometimes I'll find fresh track prints or newly organized piles of trash, but I haven't had another close encounter like that night in April. Every time my flashlight flickers or my radio starts acting up, though, I can't help but wonder if it's nearby, watching and waiting. The thing that really stays with me isn't the size of the creature or even that bone-chilling howl. It's the purpose behind its actions. Why would something like that spend time cleaning up after humans? What kind of intelligence are we dealing with? These questions keep me up at night more than the fear ever did. I've filed reports, taken photographs when the cameras worked, and collected as much documentation as I could. Most of it is inconclusive or corrupted by electronic interference, but I know what I saw, what I heard, and what I continue to find in my forest. Something is out there, something that defies our understanding of what's possible, and it seems to be sending us a message, even if we're not quite ready to understand it. Story 24. It was early June 2023, and I was conducting research in a remote area of the San Juan National Forest, about 15 miles outside of Pagosa Springs. I'd been tracking some unusual insect migration patterns, specifically focusing on several rare scarab beetle species that seemed to be congregating in areas where they shouldn't naturally gather in such numbers. The day everything changed started like any other field day. I arrived at my research site around 7 a.m., just as the morning fog was lifting. The temperature was around 55 degrees Fahrenheit, typical for early summer at that elevation, about 8,500 feet. I had my usual gear: collection jars, my specialized UV light traps, notebook, camera, and tablet for documenting findings. I'd been working this particular site for about 2 weeks, and something had been nagging at me about the insect patterns I was observing. What first caught my attention were these intricate arrangements of rotting logs and specific flowering plants that seemed deliberately placed. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but after 12 years of field research, you develop an eye for what's natural and what isn't. These weren't random fallen trees or natural growth patterns. The logs were positioned in a way that created perfect shelter and feeding zones for beetles, with specific flowering plants that attract them growing in almost geometric patterns around the logs. I started noticing other weird things too. Some of the tree bark in the area had these strange scrape marks about 8 feet up, way too high for any normal animal in the region, and the ground around my research sites would be disturbed overnight, but not in any way I recognized from local wildlife. I've worked around bears, elk, and mountain lions plenty of times. This was different. That night, I decided to do an overnight observation. I set up my main research station about 100 yards from one of the largest insect congregation areas I'd found. I had my night vision equipment, motion sensors, and audio recording gear all set up by dusk. The temperature had dropped to about 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and there was no moon, making it perfect for observing nocturnal insect activity. Around 11:30 p.m., all my equipment started acting weird. My tablet kept freezing, the motion sensors were giving random readings, and my audio recorder was picking up this low-frequency humming that I couldn't hear with my own ears. I was checking my tablet's malfunctioning display when I heard it, a sound I still can't properly describe. It was like a cross between a deep breath and a soft whistle, but much bigger than any animal I know could make. The forest had gone completely silent. No crickets, no nocturnal birds, nothing, just that breathing sound. I switched on my night vision scope and started scanning the tree line. That's when I saw it. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me because of the night vision distortion. About 50 yards away, partially hidden behind a large pine, was this massive figure. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. What strikes me most in my memory is how it moved. Not like a bear standing up, but with this fluid, almost human-like precision. Its arms were proportionally longer than a human's, and its hands... God, its hands were huge, but moved with such deliberate care. I watched, completely frozen, as this thing methodically worked its way through one of my research sites. It was collecting insects, not just randomly, but systematically using the log structures I'd been studying. It would carefully lift sections of bark, pick something up with those massive fingers, and place whatever it collected into what looked like some kind of woven container hanging at its side. The hair covering its body was dark, possibly dark brown or black. It's hard to be certain through night vision. But what I can't forget is its face. It wasn't aggressive or animal-like. There was an intelligence there that I wasn't prepared for. At one point, it turned and looked directly in my direction, and I swear it knew exactly where I was. That's when all my equipment died simultaneously. Not just batteries dying. Everything electronic I had just stopped working completely. My tablet, phone, cameras, everything. The only light now came from the stars and the UV insect traps I'd set up earlier. I heard heavy footsteps moving away through the forest, but I didn't dare move until dawn. When the sun finally came up, I went to check the site. The ground was torn up around the logs, but not chaotically. It looked like careful excavation. I found footprints, but the morning dew had already started deteriorating them. The ones I could measure were approximately 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. What really shakes me is what I found in one of my collection jars. I always label my specimens with location codes and dates. One jar had been opened and every single beetle inside was gone, but the jar was closed again, the label undisturbed. Whatever this thing was, it had the dexterity and awareness to open a sealed collection jar, remove tiny insects, and close it again without damaging it. I spent the next week trying to document everything I could about the site. I took soil samples, photographs of the footprints, bark samples from the trees with the scrape marks. But here's the strangest part. None of my electronic data from that night or the following week survived. Every photo, every audio recording, every field note on my tablet, all corrupted beyond recovery. Even my phone's GPS data from that period is just gone. I still have my handwritten notes and sketches, but they don't do justice to what I saw. I've gone back to that site 3 times since then, but the log formations are gone, the flowering plants have been uprooted, and the whole area looks completely natural now, like it was never disturbed in the first place. I've spent months trying to rationalize what I saw. I've read every paper I could find on known North American wildlife. I've consulted with colleagues about the insect collection patterns, carefully avoiding mentioning what I actually saw. Nobody has any explanations that fit. The part that keeps me up at night isn't the size of what I saw, or even how it moved. It's the purpose behind its actions. This wasn't just some animal foraging for food. This was methodical research. It was collecting specific species, using constructed tools and terrain modifications to do it efficiently, just like I was. I'm a scientist. I deal in facts, in things I can prove and document. But I know what I saw, and I know those collection sites weren't natural. Something out there is studying these insects too, and it's doing it with an intelligence that I can't explain. All my equipment may have failed that night, but I'll never forget those moments when it turned and looked at me, and I realized I wasn't the only researcher in those woods. Story 25. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but after what happened last year while working on those remote tower sites in Utah, I feel like I need to get this off my chest. I've been a telecommunications technician for over 15 years, and nothing in my career could have prepared me for what I experienced during that job. It was late September 2021, and I'd been assigned to upgrade several cell tower sites in the Wasatch National Forest area. These were pretty remote locations, mostly serving the occasional campers and maintaining emergency coverage for the region. I'd done plenty of remote site work before, so this seemed like any other job. The first few days were completely normal, just me, my truck full of equipment, and the usual routine of checking systems, replacing hardware, and running diagnostics. The sites were spread out across about a 20-mile radius, all of them requiring at least 45 minutes of off-road driving to reach. The autumn weather was perfect for working outdoors, crisp mornings warming up to comfortable afternoons. Everything changed during my fourth day on site #3, the most isolated of the bunch. It was about 15 miles from the nearest paved road, tucked away in a clearing surrounded by dense pine forest. I noticed something odd as soon as I pulled up that morning. The security fence had these weird bends in it, like something massive had been leaning against it. I'd been there just 2 days before, and the fence had been perfectly normal. I called it in to my supervisor, took some photos for documentation, and went about my work. The equipment cabinet showed signs of tampering. Not break-in damage, but more like something had been curiously pulling at the handles and access panels. There were these strange marks on the metal, almost like huge fingerprints, but that didn't make any sense. I found some dark, coarse hairs caught in the cabinet door, way too thick to be from any regular wildlife I knew of. The weird stuff really started happening around 2 p.m. I was up on the tower, about 60 feet high, installing new antennas. That's when I first got that feeling. You know, that primal sensation of being watched. Working alone in remote areas, you get used to the occasional wildlife encounter, but this felt different. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. Just dead silence. I tried to focus on my work, but the feeling got more intense. Then I started noticing the smell, this powerful, musty odor, like wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation, but much stronger than anything I'd encountered before. It would come and go with the wind, but when it hit, it was overwhelming. Around 4 p.m., I heard the first tree knock. If you've never heard one, it's this distinct sound, like someone taking a baseball bat to a tree trunk. But this was loud, way louder than any woodpecker. I've spent enough time in the woods to know this wasn't normal wildlife behavior. Then another knock came from a different direction, maybe 200 yards away. That's when I decided to pack up for the day. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Something about this situation felt very, very wrong. As I was loading my tools into the truck, I heard movement in the tree line, heavy footsteps crushing the underbrush, branches snapping under significant weight. Whatever it was big, and it was circling the clearing, staying just out of sight in the dense forest. I jumped in my truck and got out of there, watching the tree line in my mirrors the whole time. That night I could hardly sleep in my motel room. I knew I had to go back. We had strict deadlines for these upgrades, and Site #3 still needed at least 2 more days of work. I decided to bring my trail camera the next day. I usually use it for hunting season, but this seemed like a good time to have some extra eyes on the site. When I returned the next morning, the site was a mess. The equipment cabinet had been twisted, not broken into, but physically twisted, like something with enormous strength had been trying to open it. The security fence had new damage, and there were these massive footprints in the soft ground around the tower base. I'm talking 16, 17 inches long, clearly showing 5 toes, much larger and wider than any human foot. I took photos and measurements, but my hands were shaking so bad I had to take some of them twice. The really strange part was the technical stuff. The diagnostic logs showed bizarre power fluctuations throughout the night. The signal strength readings were all over the place, with interference patterns I'd never seen before in 15 years of working with this equipment. It was like something had been systematically disrupting the signals, but in a way that didn't match any known interference source. I set up my trail camera facing the equipment cabinet and got to work, but I couldn't shake that feeling of being watched. Around noon, the tree knocks started again. This time, they were closer, and there seemed to be a pattern to them, like something was using them to communicate. I heard deep grunts coming from the forest that made the hair on my neck stand up. They weren't bear sounds. I've encountered plenty of bears in my work. These were different, almost like distorted human vocals, but much deeper and more powerful. That's when I saw it. I was up on the tower again, working on the final antenna installation, when movement caught my eye. At the edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a massive pine, was this enormous figure. The sun was behind it, so I couldn't make out clear details, but what I saw still haunts me. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, with incredibly broad shoulders and a massive, somewhat conical head that seemed to sit directly on those shoulders, no distinct neck. The proportions were all wrong for a bear, and it was standing completely upright, swaying slightly as it watched me. I froze. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I was 60 feet up on the tower. The figure stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then it made this sound, a long, low vocalization that I felt in my chest more than heard. The sound triggered something deep and primal in my brain. I've never felt fear like that before or since. The figure slowly stepped back into the forest, moving with an unnatural fluidity for something so large. I waited until I was sure it was gone, then descended the tower as quickly as safety would allow. I grabbed my trail camera without even checking it and got out of there. The whole drive back to the motel, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see something massive following me through the trees. When I checked the trail camera footage that night, most of it showed nothing unusual. But there was one sequence, just before dawn, that made my blood run cold. Something massive had moved in front of the camera. The infrared sensor had triggered, but whatever it was moved so fast that it was just a blur. The size estimate, based on the known dimensions of the equipment cabinet in the frame, suggested whatever it was stood at least 8 feet tall. I reported everything to my supervisor, showing him the photos of the footprints, the damage, and the technical logs. To his credit, he took it seriously enough to send out a 2-person team to finish the Site #3 upgrades. They reported no unusual incidents, but they did find more of those thick, dark hairs which seemingly disappeared from the evidence bag during transit to the lab. The other sites in my assignment also showed signs of tampering and similar technical anomalies in their logs, but I never saw the figure again. The strange interference patterns continued to show up in the monitoring data for several months, always during the night, always following the same unexplainable pattern. Then, just as mysteriously as it started, everything went back to normal. I've worked dozens of remote sites since then, but nothing like this has ever happened again. I'm not claiming to know what I encountered out there. All I know is that something intelligent and enormous was studying our technology, something that could move with incredible speed and strength, something that seemed to understand radio communications on a level that still doesn't make sense to me. The company's official report blamed the damage on bears and wind, and the signal interference on atmospheric conditions. But I know what I saw. Those footprints weren't from any bear, and no weather pattern I've ever encountered could cause those specific types of signal disruptions. Sometimes late at night, I still hear that deep vocalization in my dreams, and I wake up with that same primal fear I felt up on that tower. I'm sharing this now because I recently heard that other tech crews in that area have started reporting similar experiences. Same interference patterns, same equipment damage, same feelings of being watched. Whatever's out there, it's still studying us, still trying to understand our technology, and sometimes, when I'm working on remote sites and the forest goes quiet, I can't help but wonder if it's watching me again. Story 26. I was conducting a study on salmon migration patterns and local fishing impacts along the Copper River, about 60 miles from the nearest town. My research site was in a particularly remote section where several smaller tributaries converged. The location was perfect for my work: pristine waters, minimal human interference, and abundant wildlife. I had a small research camp set up with basic equipment: motion sensor cameras, water quality monitors, and some fishing gear for sampling. The first weird thing I noticed was on my third day there. I'd been tracking fish movements using underwater sensors, and the data showed unusual clustering patterns at night. The salmon were gathering in spots they typically wouldn't, especially around these incredibly well-constructed dam-like structures I hadn't noticed before. These weren't beaver dams. I've studied those extensively. These structures were different: precisely placed rocks and logs creating perfect fishing pools, almost like someone had engineered them with knowledge of fluid dynamics. I remember standing there, completely baffled, looking at one of these structures. The engineering was remarkable, better than some human-made fish traps I've studied. But who would come all the way out here to build them? The nearest road was 15 miles away, and the terrain was brutal. That night, I started hearing the sounds. I've spent years in the wilderness and know pretty much every animal call you can imagine. These were different: deep, resonant vocalizations that seemed to carry through the ground as much as the air. They started around 2 a.m., a series of low whoops, followed by what I can only describe as methodical knocking sounds, like someone hitting hollow trees with incredible force. The weirdest part: every time these sounds started, my equipment would go haywire. My EMF meters would spike, cameras would glitch or shut down, and even my satellite phone would lose signal completely. I'm talking about high-end research equipment that had never failed me before. I started finding footprints the next morning. Not just one or two, but dozens, leading to and from the fishing structures. These weren't bear tracks. I know bear prints like the back of my hand. These were bipedal prints, human-like but massive, easily 18 inches long. The stride length was incredible, over 6 feet between steps. The depth of the impressions suggested whatever made them weighed at least 700, 800 pounds. I'm a scientist. I don't jump to conclusions. I took photos, when my camera would work, made plaster casts, and documented everything meticulously. I set up my best motion-activated cameras around the structures, making sure to secure them well above ground level. What happened next still gives me chills. Around 1 a.m. my equipment started failing again. The temperature dropped suddenly. I measured a 15-degree decrease in less than 5 minutes. That's when I heard something massive moving through the water. From my tent, I could see one of my camera's infrared lights blinking frantically before it died completely. The splashing sounds were methodical, purposeful. Whatever was out there wasn't just walking through the water, it was fishing. I could hear the careful placement of feet, the subtle movements that experienced fishermen make. Then came the vocalizations again, but this time they were different. Almost like singing, but at such a low frequency that I felt it in my chest. The craziest part? The fish were responding to these sounds. My underwater sensors, the few that were still working, showed the salmon actually moving toward the source of the sounds. In all my years studying marine life, I'd never seen anything like it. I finally got a glimpse of it through my night vision monocular. I'm still trying to process what I saw. It was huge, at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. The way it moved was both powerful and incredibly precise. It was using some kind of technique I'd never seen before, creating small waves with its movements to herd fish into shallow areas. The intelligence behind the actions was undeniable. The figure was covered in thick, dark hair, but what struck me most was how it used its hands. The dexterity was amazing. It was catching fish more efficiently than any human angler I've ever seen. It would make these subtle movements with its fingers, creating small disturbances in the water that seemed to confuse or attract the fish. When it turned and looked in my direction, I dropped my monocular. Its eyes caught the minimal light there was and reflected it like a predator's. But there was something else there. An awareness that felt too intelligent, too calculating. I stayed absolutely still in my tent, barely breathing, for what felt like hours. The next morning, I found fresh prints, and more surprisingly, several fish laid out on a flat rock near my camp. They were arranged in a deliberately geometric pattern, all pointing in the same direction. The precision of it was unnerving. These weren't just randomly dropped fish. This was communication. My equipment problems got worse over the next few days. Brand new batteries would drain in hours. My cameras would capture nothing but static, even though I could hear massive movement around my camp at night. The few images I did manage to get were distorted or corrupted, except for one. It shows a massive dark figure in the water, but every time I try to enhance it or send it to colleagues, the file corrupts. What finally made me pack up and leave was finding my research nets one morning. They hadn't been torn or broken. They had been carefully untied and neatly folded, placed on a rock with what looked like improved knots tied in one corner, like someone was teaching me a better technique. I submitted my official research findings without any mention of these events. How could I? But the data shows it. Unexplainable patterns in fish behavior, anomalous electromagnetic readings, and temperature fluctuations that defy normal environmental patterns. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't the size of what I saw, or even its obvious intelligence. It's the fact that it was using techniques that showed generations of accumulated knowledge about fish behavior and water dynamics. This wasn't just some animal fishing by instinct. This was something that had developed and refined methods over what must have been an incredibly long time. I haven't been back to that site since, but I check satellite images of the area regularly. The structures are still there, visible if you know what to look for, and according to local environmental data, fish populations in that area are actually thriving. Whatever is out there, it's not just surviving, it's actively managing that ecosystem. I'm sharing this now because I need others who might have seen similar things to know they're not crazy. There's something out there in the remote parts of Alaska that defies our current understanding of wildlife. Something that can affect electronic equipment, demonstrate complex problem solving, and maybe even attempt to communicate. I have my theories about what it might be, but I'll let you draw your own conclusions. Story 27. I'm a botanical researcher specializing in medicinal plants in the Appalachian region, specifically around the Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina. What I encountered there in September 2023 has completely changed my understanding of our forests and what might be living in them. For context, I've been conducting field research in these mountains for over 8 years. My work involves identifying and cataloging native medicinal plants, particularly those historically used by indigenous peoples of the region. I have several research sites where I monitor plant growth patterns and collect samples. These aren't just random spots. They're carefully chosen locations that I've documented meticulously over the years. The first strange occurrences started in early September. I noticed some irregularities at my research sites that didn't make sense. At first it was subtle. Plants that I had tagged for observation were missing, replaced with similar species that definitely weren't there before. I initially blamed it on animal activity, or maybe even other researchers, though I hadn't seen anyone else in these remote areas. My main research area is about 15 miles from the nearest town, deep in the Nantahala forest. It's not the kind of place you stumble upon by accident. You need to hike about 4 hours off the main trails to reach it, and the terrain is rough. I'm talking about steep slopes, dense undergrowth, and lots of fallen trees. I usually camp there for 3-4 days at a time to make the trip worthwhile. What really started freaking me out was the systematic nature of these changes. These weren't random disruptions. The replaced plants were always carefully transplanted, not torn up or eaten like you'd expect from wildlife. Even more bizarre, the new plants were always valuable medicinal species, just different from what I had been studying. Someone or something was deliberately curating these patches. The really weird stuff started happening around mid-September. I began finding massive footprints near my research sites. I'm talking about prints that were easily 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. The stride length between them was incredible, easily 6-7 feet apart. I've dealt with bears plenty of times. These weren't bear tracks. They were clearly foot-shaped, with 5 distinct toes, but impossibly large. I started noticing other things too. The The forest would go completely silent sometimes, which any experienced outdoorsman knows is a bad sign. All the birds, insects, everything, just dead quiet. The kind of silence that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I'd get this overwhelming feeling of being watched, but whenever I'd look around, I'd just catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Then there was the smell. Anyone who spent time in the woods knows all the usual forest smells, but this was different. It was this powerful, musky odor that would come and go with no clear source. Not like a dead animal or anything rotting, more like a mix between wet dog and something else I can't even describe. The smell would get stronger near areas where I found the footprints or where plants had been switched. The night it all came to a head was during the new moon in late September. I had set up camp about a quarter mile from my main research site, hoping to maybe catch whatever was messing with my plants. I had my camera ready, one of those high-end DSLRs with a good low-light lens. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of something large moving through the forest. Not crashing through, moving deliberately, but heavy enough that I could feel slight vibrations in the ground. I grabbed my camera and flashlight and moved as quietly as I could toward my research site. The smell hit me first, that same musky odor, stronger than ever. Then I heard what sounded like someone carefully digging. When I got to the edge of the clearing, I nearly dropped my camera. In the dim starlight, I could make out a massive figure. Had to be at least 8 feet tall, crouched down by one of my plant study areas. It was methodically removing one plant and carefully placing another in its place. The movement was deliberate, almost gentle, not what you'd expect from something so huge. Its entire body was covered in dark, thick hair, but what struck me most was how it worked. These weren't the actions of an animal. This thing was gardening. I raised my camera, hands shaking, and managed to take several photos. The sound of the shutter seemed deafening in the quiet forest. The figure froze, then slowly turned its head toward me. I caught a glimpse of a face that seemed almost human-like but wasn't, with deep-set eyes that reflected my flashlight beam like a cat's. What happened next is still hard for me to process. Instead of charging at me or running away, it just stood up, slowly, deliberately. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, probably closer to 9. In one fluid motion, it picked up what looked like a crude basket made of woven branches that I hadn't noticed before, filled with plants. Then it just walked away, with long, smooth strides, disappearing into the forest like a shadow. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. When I finally got the courage to check the spot where it had been working, I found perfectly transplanted golden seal, a valuable medicinal plant, in place of the black cohosh I had been studying. The next morning, I rushed to check my camera. This is the part that still drives me crazy. Every single photo was corrupted. Not just blurry or dark, corrupted. The files were there, but they were just random pixels and noise. I'm not talking about 1 or 2 photos. All 18 shots I took that night were like this. I've never had this happen before or since with my camera. I spent the next few days documenting everything I could. The footprints were still there, deep impressions in the soil that I photographed and measured. I found more of those woven baskets, now empty, made from local plants and vines in a way I'd never seen before. The craftsmanship was rough, but purposeful. What's really been keeping me up at night is the implications of what I saw. This wasn't just some random Bigfoot sighting. This thing was deliberately cultivating medicinal plants. It wasn't destroying my research sites, it was maintaining its own. I've gone back several times since then, and while I haven't seen the creature again, I keep finding evidence of its work. Plants being relocated, new medicinal species appearing in carefully maintained patches. I've spent months debating whether to share this. My academic reputation would be ruined if I tried to publish anything about this officially, but I can't stop thinking about it. Whatever I encountered that night wasn't just some animal. It displayed intelligence, purpose, and an understanding of botanical practices that suggests something far more complex than the typical Bigfoot stories. The most frustrating part is that I can't explain those corrupted photos. I've had experts look at the files and they can't explain it either. It's like something deliberately scrambled them. All my other photos from before and after that night are perfectly fine. I still do my research in the area, but now I'm more careful about disturbing certain patches of plants. Sometimes I'll find new medicinal species planted near my research sites, almost like it's trying to show me something. The footprints still appear occasionally, and sometimes I'll catch that distinctive smell on the wind, but I haven't had another direct encounter. I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story a year ago, I would have dismissed it as fantasy, but I know what I saw. More importantly, I have months of documented evidence of plant cultivation and movement that I can't explain any other way. Something intelligent is out there in those mountains, something that understands plants in ways we might not fully comprehend. I'm not sure what to do with this information. I continue my research, documenting everything I can, but I'm more cautious now. Sometimes at night, when I'm camping in the forest, I'll hear heavy footsteps in the distance or catch that musky smell on the breeze, and I know it's still out there, tending to its own garden in the wilderness. Story 28. I still struggle to write this down, even though it's been over 2 years since it happened. I'm a professional archaeologist, specializing in Native American rock art, and what I experienced during my research in New Mexico in June 2021 completely changed my understanding of what's possible. I need to share this because I can't keep pretending it didn't happen. I was working on documenting a series of previously unstudied pictographs in the Gila National Forest region. The cave system wasn't particularly well known, just a brief mention in some old geological surveys from the 1950s. The site was about 30 miles from Silver City, deep in an area that hadn't seen much human activity in recent decades. The first few days were exactly what you'd expect from an archaeological survey. I set up my base camp near the cave entrance with all my equipment: cameras, lighting, measuring tools, the works. The university had even sprung for some decent security cameras, since we'd had issues with vandals at other sites. I was working alone because budget cuts had hit our department hard, but I'd done plenty of solo fieldwork before. The pictographs themselves were fascinating. Typical Mogollon culture imagery, but with some unusual elements I hadn't seen before. What really caught my attention, though, were the signs of recent activity in the caves. I'm not talking about teenage partiers or casual hikers. This was different. I found what looked like primitive stone tools, clearly worked by hand but not ancient. They were crude but effective, hammerstones and scrapers that showed signs of recent use. The edges were still sharp, with no patina or weathering. Then there were the fire pits. I found 3 of them in different chambers of the cave system, all showing signs of recent use. The ash was still black, not grey and weathered like you'd expect from old fires. And these weren't your typical campfire remains. They were carefully constructed, with stones arranged in specific patterns I'd never seen before. No beer cans, no modern garbage, nothing that screamed, humans were partying here. The first really unsettling thing happened on my 4th night. I was reviewing the day's photographs in my tent when I heard what sounded like stone striking stone from deep in the cave. Now, caves make weird noises. That's normal. But this was rhythmic, deliberate. It went on for about 10 minutes. Tap, 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 tap. I grabbed my flashlight and went to investigate, but as soon as I got near the cave entrance, it stopped. The next morning, I found that all my survey markers had been moved. Not knocked over, moved. They were realigned in a pattern that seemed to point toward a previously unexplored section of the cave. I know how this sounds, but I'm a scientist. I double and triple checked my notes and photos from the previous day. The markers had definitely been repositioned overnight. That's when I started noticing the smell. If you've ever worked in caves, you know they have their own unique odors. Mineral deposits, bat guano, that sort of thing. But this was different. It was a heavy, musky odor, almost like wet fur mixed with something else I couldn't identify. It would come and go, always stronger in the early mornings. I set up more security cameras, making sure to cover all the main passages. The first few nights, they didn't catch anything unusual. Then, on the 6th night, something triggered the motion sensors around 3 a.m. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate the laptop. The video showed a massive shadow moving across the cave wall. Whatever cast it had to be at least 8 feet tall. The movement was smooth, deliberate, not like a bear or any other animal I'm familiar with. The infrared kept cutting out whenever the shadow appeared, which the manufacturer later told me was impossible with their equipment. That same day, I found my excavation site had been modified. Tools I'd carefully laid out were rearranged in a spiral pattern. Soil samples were neatly piled by color and composition, something that would have required significant knowledge of archaeological methods. But the most disturbing thing was a set of tracks in the soft cave floor. They were partially obscured, but what was visible looked like a human footprint, except it was nearly 16 inches long and incredibly deep, suggesting whatever made it was incredibly heavy. The sounds got worse after that. Deep, resonant vocalizations that made my chest vibrate. They'd usually start just after sunset. A low, almost subsonic rumble that would gradually build into something that sounded almost like speech, but not in any language I've ever heard. It wasn't just random animal noises. There was a clear pattern, a rhythm to it that suggested intelligence. One night, I woke up to complete silence. If you've spent time in the wilderness, you know that sudden silence is usually a bad sign. The normal cave sounds, dripping water, distant bird calls from the entrance, small animals, all of it was just gone. That's when I heard the breathing. Deep, heavy breaths just outside my tent. Whatever it was huge. I could feel its presence, like a pressure in the air. I lay there, completely still, barely breathing myself, for what felt like hours. Finally, I heard it move away, each footstep making a distinct impact I could feel through the ground. The next morning, I found all my camera equipment piled neatly outside the cave entrance, not thrown or damaged, carefully stacked and organized. The memory cards were missing from every single camera. My field journal had been moved from inside my locked tent to the top of the equipment pile, and there, pressed between the pages, was a fresh oak leaf, except the nearest oak trees were over 20 miles away. I'd love to tell you I stayed to investigate further, that I gathered more evidence or took more measurements. But the truth is, I packed up my remaining equipment and left that same morning. I submitted a brief report to the university citing inconclusive findings and equipment malfunction as my reason for abandoning the site. The few photos I still had didn't show anything definitive, and the track casts I'd made were lost during transport back to the lab. I've spent the last 2 years trying to rationalize what happened. I've gone over my notes countless times, looking for some logical explanation. I've researched every native animal species in the region, every possible natural phenomenon that could explain what I experienced. None of it fits. What keeps me up at night isn't the fear of what I encountered. It's the growing certainty that whatever was in those caves was studying me just as much as I was trying to study those pictographs. It showed signs of intelligence, curiosity, and method that I still can't explain. It seemed to understand archaeology, not just on a basic level, but well enough to organize artifacts and samples in a meaningful way. I haven't gone back to that site, though I've been tempted. Sometimes I check the satellite imagery of the area, looking for changes or signs of activity. The university assigned another team to continue the research, but they reported nothing unusual, just empty caves and unremarkable pictographs. Sometimes I wonder if maybe that's all there ever was, if somehow the isolation and the darkness played tricks on my mind. But then I remember the footprints, the organized tools, that fresh oak leaf, and I know what I experienced was real. I'm writing this now because I recently received an unmarked package at my office. Inside was one of the missing memory cards from my cameras. It's corrupted, of course it is, but there's one partially recoverable image. It's mostly static, but in one corner you can just make out what looks like a massive hair-covered hand reaching toward the camera. The metadata shows it was taken at 3:17 a.m. on my last night at the site. I keep telling myself it's just digital artifacts, corruption in the file. But deep down I know better. Whatever's out there in those caves, it's intelligent, it's organized, and most importantly, it wants to be known on its own terms. I've gone back to studying my usual sites, documenting the typical pictographs and artifacts we expect to find. But I can't help wondering how many other archaeologists have stumbled onto something similar and, like me, chose to stay quiet rather than risk their professional reputation. How many other sites hold secrets like this, just waiting for someone to notice the signs? Story 29. It started in late March. We had a particularly rough winter, and our sanctuary was at capacity with injured animals, mostly deer, a couple of elk, and some smaller mammals that had been hurt trying to find food in residential areas. I always did my evening rounds at 8 p.m., checking on all our patients before heading home. But something strange started happening. Animals I'd left in one recovery pen would somehow be in different spots by morning, and some of their wounds looked different. At first I thought maybe I was losing my mind or just not remembering things right. But then I started noticing other details. The bandages I'd carefully applied would be replaced with some kind of poultice made from local plants, mostly yarrow and devil's club, which I recognized from my basic foraging knowledge. Whatever was doing this actually seemed to know what they were doing. A young elk with a nasty leg wound started healing faster than I'd expected after I found it covered in a paste that smelled like crushed herbs. I started keeping detailed notes. On April 12th, I found massive footprints near the deer enclosure, at least 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. The depth of the impression suggested whatever made them was incredibly heavy. I tried taking photos, but my phone kept glitching every time I got close to them. The pictures would come out completely black or with weird digital artifacts. I even bought a high-end trail camera, but every morning I'd find it either turned off or the footage would be completely corrupted. The weirdest part? The animals weren't scared. Usually our rehabilitating wildlife gets stressed by any human presence, but every morning I'd find them oddly calm, especially the ones that had been treated overnight. They seemed content, almost like they'd been in the presence of someone they trusted. One night in early May, I decided to stay late. I set up in my office, which has a window overlooking the main recovery area. Around 2 a.m., I started feeling this intense pressure in my ears, like when you're driving up a mountain. All the hair on my arms stood up, and my phone completely died, even though it was at 80% battery. The motion sensor lights we had installed started flickering, and then went out entirely. That's when I heard it. Heavy footsteps, but surprisingly gentle for their weight. There was this smell too, not exactly unpleasant, but wild. Like wet earth and herbs and something musky I couldn't identify. Through the moonlight, I saw something that still haunts me. A massive shape, easily 8 feet tall, moving between the enclosures with an unexpected grace. Its body was covered in thick, dark hair that looked almost reddish-brown in the dim light. I was frozen in place, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The creature moved to one of our newest patients, a young deer with a badly infected wound we'd been struggling to treat. What happened next completely challenged everything I thought I knew about these beings. This enormous creature knelt down with such gentleness, reached into what looked like a crude pouch made of woven plant fibers, and began applying something to the deer's wound. The deer didn't even flinch. It actually moved closer to the being. For almost an hour, I watched as this creature, this Sasquatch, moved from enclosure to enclosure, treating our animals with more care than some human veterinarians I've worked with. It used different plants for different injuries, showing an understanding of natural medicine that went beyond basic instinct. At one point, it set a rabbit's broken leg with such precision that our vet later commented on how professionally it had been done. The being seemed to know exactly where our cameras were positioned and skillfully avoided being clearly captured, though I noticed it wasn't aggressive toward the equipment, just careful. Every electronic device within about 50 feet of it simply stopped working or malfunctioned in bizarre ways. My flashlight would flicker weakly, batteries that were just replaced would die instantly, and any recording equipment just captured static. What struck me most was its eyes. At one point, it turned toward my office window, and even in the darkness I could see them, deeply intelligent and almost kind. I felt no fear in that moment, just an overwhelming sense of being in the presence of something ancient and wise. It held my gaze for what felt like minutes, then simply nodded, before disappearing into the forest behind the sanctuary. The next morning, I found more footprints, plus something else, a small bundle of herbs left outside my office door. When I had them analyzed later, without explaining their source, they turned out to be a combination of powerful natural antibiotics and anti-inflammatory plants, some of which were rare and known for their medicinal properties. This pattern continued through the summer. I never directly approached the being, and it seemed to respect the unspoken boundary between us. The recovery rate of our animals improved dramatically, though I couldn't exactly explain why in my official reports. How do you tell the board of directors that a Bigfoot is your night shift volunteer? By late September, the visits became less frequent, coinciding with our lower patient numbers as summer ended. The last visit I documented was on October 3rd. That night, it left another bundle of herbs, but this time with different varieties. Plants I later learned help animals build up winter fat reserves and strengthen their immune systems. I still work at the sanctuary, and every so often I find signs that our nighttime healer has checked in on the animals. Sometimes it's just footprints, other times it's evidence of its gentle care. The electronics still malfunction regularly at night, and we've learned to just accept it. I've never told this story publicly before because honestly, who would believe that Bigfoot is actually an expert in wildlife rehabilitation? I have so many questions. Where did it learn about medicine? Are there others like it? How long has it been helping injured animals without anyone knowing? But maybe some questions are better left unanswered. I've come to believe that there are things in our forests far more complex and intelligent than we give them credit for. And sometimes, the best thing we can do is simply acknowledge their existence and respect their desire to remain hidden while continuing their quiet work. The experience changed how I view these creatures completely. Whatever this being was, it showed more compassion and medical knowledge than many humans I know. It challenged everything I thought I knew about wildlife, about Sasquatch, and about intelligence itself. I still catch myself looking out my office window at night, hoping to catch another glimpse of our mysterious helper. The animals seem to miss it too. They always get a little more alert around 2 a.m., as if expecting their gentle giant to make another visit. Story 30. I was conducting research in the Salmon Chalice National Forest, about 30 miles northeast of Stanley, Idaho. The area had shown some unusual erosion patterns that didn't match typical geological processes, and my university had sent me to collect samples and document the anomalies. It was pretty remote. The closest sign of civilization was a ranger station about 12 miles away, and I hadn't seen another person in 3 days. That morning started like any other field day. I got up early from my campsite, had my usual breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee, and headed out to my research area around 6:30 a.m. The weather was overcast but stable, typical for mid-July in that region, with temperatures around 65 degrees Fahrenheit. I had my standard field gear, sample collection kit, GPS, camera, soil probes, and my tablet for taking notes. The first thing that caught my attention was the silence. I've spent enough time in the wilderness to know that morning hours are usually filled with bird calls and small animal activity, but there was just nothing. Even the wind seemed unnaturally still. I tried to shake off the uneasiness and focused on my work, marking my first sampling location for the day. As I was setting up my equipment, I noticed something odd about the soil disturbance patterns I was there to study. These weren't typical erosion marks. They looked more like methodical excavations, almost like someone had been carefully digging in specific patterns. The holes were roughly 2-3 feet deep and appeared to target particular soil layers. In my 12 years of field research, I'd never seen anything like it. Around 10 a.m., I found something that made my blood run cold. Near one of the excavation sites, partially hidden under some fallen leaves, was what looked like a crude tool, a thick branch that had been stripped of bark and sharpened at one end. Next to it was a rock that had clearly been worked into a wedge shape. These weren't modern tools, but they weren't ancient artifacts either. The wood wasn't degraded enough to be more than a few weeks old. I started documenting everything meticulously, taking photos and GPS coordinates. That's when I noticed the footprints. At first, I thought they must be from a bear, but these were different. They were clearly bipedal, about 16 inches long and 8 inches wide, with 5 distinct toe impressions. The stride length was massive, nearly 6 feet between prints. I'm a scientist, and I know how ridiculous this sounds, but these weren't human tracks, and they weren't from any known wildlife species. The weather started turning around 2 p.m. Dark clouds rolled in quickly, and the temperature dropped at least 10 degrees. I should have packed up then, but I was too focused on collecting samples from around the mysterious excavation sites. I'd found something interesting. The digging seemed to focus on areas rich in specific minerals, particularly iron-rich deposits and what looked like clay beds. That's when I heard it. A sound I still can't properly explain. It was like wood cracking, but deeper, more deliberate. Then came the smell, this overwhelming musky odor that made my eyes water. It wasn't the rotting smell people usually describe. It was more like wet fur mixed with mineral-rich soil, but incredibly intense. The rain started coming down hard, and in the growing darkness, I saw movement about 100 yards away, between two large Douglas firs. What I saw next, I've spent months trying to rationalize it. This figure was enormous, at least 8 feet tall, massively built, and covered in dark, matted fur. It was crouched over one of the excavation sites, and I could clearly see it using tools similar to the ones I'd found earlier, methodically digging in the rain. My scientific mind was screaming that this was impossible, but my trembling hands managed to take a few photos with my camera. The creature was working with surprising precision, carefully extracting something from the soil layer. It would occasionally stop and seem to examine different rocks or soil samples, discarding some and keeping others. I stood there paralyzed, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then the creature suddenly stopped and turned its head in my direction. I'd love to say I stayed to observe more, but pure instinct took over. I ran back to my campsite, leaving most of my equipment behind. The rain was pouring now, and thunder crashed overhead. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, but I didn't look back. I made it to my tent, grabbed my emergency pack, and drove straight to the ranger station. By the time I returned the next day with 2 rangers, the rain had washed away most of the prints. The excavation sites were still there, but they looked different. Many had been filled in with loose soil and debris. My camera was ruined, seemingly from water damage, though it had been in a weatherproof case. The memory card was corrupted. My soil samples were missing, and my field notebook was soaked beyond legibility. The rangers documented what they could, but without the photos or samples, there wasn't much to go on. They recorded it as possible bear activity, but I know what I saw. What keeps me up at night isn't just the creature itself. It's the fact that it was clearly intelligent, using tools, and specifically seeking out certain minerals. I've been back to that area twice since then, but I've never found similar excavation patterns or any other signs of the creature. I still work as a geologist, but I'm more cautious now about my research sites. I've read other accounts of similar experiences in remote areas, and while I used to dismiss them, I can't anymore. There's something out there that we don't understand, something that seems to have a better knowledge of soil composition than many geologists I know. I've debated whether to include this incident in my research papers, but I know what the response would be, so I keep it to myself, except for sharing it here. The most frustrating part is that I had real scientific evidence, photos, samples, detailed notes, and somehow it all vanished or was destroyed. Sometimes I wonder if that was coincidence or if there was purpose behind it. All I know is that there are things in our forests that defy conventional scientific explanation, and they might be far more intelligent than we imagine. I've never felt comfortable sharing this before, but I think people need to know that there's more going on in our remote areas than we understand. I don't expect anyone to believe me without evidence, but I know what I saw. And I know that whatever it wasn't just some undiscovered ape. It was something that understood geology well enough to specifically target certain mineral deposits. That's what truly terrifies me, not just its existence, but its intelligence and purpose.